welcome back to the Mages of Pleasant Valley, where I am joined with my friends Curator, Crusader, Kiana, and ID10T. How's it going, guys?
Going well.
I'm
How about
doing well.
you?
Big yawn is my answer. I'm doing great.
Well, oh, that's why Kiana is not in Roll20 yet.
What?
Awesome.
I'm not. I'm at the launch screen for it, but I never actually pressed launch game.
I was like, oh no, I've misattributed people. It's now saying that Kiana is ID10T. But that can't be true. There's only the one true beep booper among us. The technological father.
No impersonators whatsoever.
So,
Never.
we had a pretty dramatic episode last time. There was people that got hurt. There were botched rolls. There was a lot of whooshing, indeed. Does anybody Does anyone want to recount what happened on the last exciting episode of Mage's Ball Z? Let's not all clamor at the same time here. Settle down, one at a time.
No.
I vote ID.
No, don't vote me. No, okay.
I also vote ID.
Yes, Ethan Gardner, please tell us what happened last week.
From Ethan Gardner's recollection of the situation, the parts that he paid the most attention to, we decided to go against the wishes of Margaret, the worst human being alive, and investigate further into stuff in the woods. We encountered a very salacious encounter that we thought was something negative, i.e. we ran into some people frolicking in the woods and thought that they were in trouble. Proceeded onto a cabin in the woods that appears to be haunted as fuck because it's draining our life force the longer we're there. Almost got attacked by a bear. Got a cool cursed box out of said building in the basement. And realized we might have made a mistake as we ended the session. That's what I remember. Anyone want to fill in gaps?
Well, I mean, I remember the mistake being getting a phone call from Margaret. Well,
sorry, yes. She was pissed. She was pissed that the dragon wasn't in our field of view.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, and then being like, "You're with the spirit, right?"
Nope.
And then we realize we haven't been with the spirit for quite some time and have no idea where it is.
Yeah.
And it was with us anyway. Tamakul was right beside us the whole time, and I made myself look like a dingus for no reason.
You also got frog legs, yes.
True, I got frog legs because I wanted to hop out of a hole, and I misfired it terribly.
You got what you wanted.
Yeah.
I mean, I wanted rabbit legs.
You deserve. Well, that's all, I believe, all true statements. There are some gaps in there. Does anybody else want to fill in any of those gaps? In the most say-so way possible? Yeah? No?
I'm sure.
All right, well, if I do remember correctly, we had left off with you guys in the farmer's market at the beginning of the last episode, where Tamakul decided to reach out to you all with his form of communication, which seems to be directly implanting memories into your mind.
Oh, I forgot about that.
There were some things that he bestowed upon you as far as knowledge goes. Does anybody recollect that?
He showed us the cabin. He showed us where the Jabberwocks are coming from the cave.
Mm.
He showed us the backstory of Tamakul.
A little bit of it, yeah. Whenever he was just a little dragon. Just a little dragon, and there was like a lady, like a figure out in the woods who we think is the medicine woman that we've been reading up about and stuff.
Mm.
Yeah.
There was something else that was happening around Tamakul at the time when he was hanging out with you all in the farmer's market. Do you remember this strange phenomenon that was going on?
He got really upset at the dolls that we had.
Oh, he was growing lavender out of the ground.
Super irate. Oh, yeah, and the
right,
lavender.
the flowers, yep.
Mm.
Yeah.
Indeed.
That too. And
Now,
they're associated with the cabin.
So much. They're just growing lavender.
Yeah.
Then you all traveled and realized that the travel that Tamakul had implanted into your memory was slightly different than the one you actually had to do on foot. As
Stupid spirits and their non-Euclidean space movement.
he was traveling through the nether, so it seems. But
Jeez.
once you did arrive, there was an eeriness about the place, and you did say sort of what was going on. What was it that caused it to be so eerie there?
Besides the creepy spirits that were possessing, like, teacups and stuff?
Creepy.
Oh
They're
yeah,
not creepy. They're just little tree dudes.
that's right.
No.
There were spirits that were at that location.
Yeah.
And what made them similar to teacup?
They were all possessing a form of object, like a trowel or other stuff.
We definitely remember the shovel.
Mhm.
There were definitely other things there that we can name.
Yes.
Well, let's see. In addition to that, you had to uncover the box using a bit of magic. Does anyone remember the cooperative whooshing that had to be done in order to make that possible?
I punched ID.
Yeah.
Got the pasta punch.
So we've discovered that the most effective way to do things to other objects using our abilities at range is to punch me.
Yeah, and then you send it outward. I'm the guitar and you're the amp.
Honestly, it's a really
yeah.
effective thing. Like, if you could direct that towards other people.
Ooh.
It's
what
ID,
if like
ID tested and Kiana approved.
yeah.
Exactly.
What if in battle we just like do like a cannonball explosion that way? Just go wah on somebody. How would that work
I think we'd be
combat-wise?
able to confuse our enemies if in battle our strategy is to turn around and punch ID as much as possible.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Like, you all line up like a great Avengers fight and then say, "To battle!" and then turn around and just start punching Ethan.
You're gonna have to give me some better stats that allow me to dodge.
It's like, yeah, we punch Ethan, and he just stands there and takes it. And all the bad guys, they just go flying through the air, just like a mile away from us.
Yeah.
That's gonna be some Bartholomew Kuma One Piece stuff going on there.
That's
Oh.
gotta be a stand of some kind.
I remember distinctly after you all did this little punch distribution to find the secrets underground that something dreadful happened that led to you getting in a quite sour spot. Also, Kiana, we can very clearly hear your keyboard.
I'm so sorry.
Mm.
It's not me this time.
Yes, we can hear the whine from here.
If I do appreciate
We're
you
not going to
taking
explain.
notes, but I just wanted to let you know I could hear you. No problem, though. So,
Yes.
so what happened
Yes.
after the fooshing that led to this predicament?
They
Well,
stepped in
After the
quicksand.
fooshing, we discovered a basement. And
Discovered.
Yeah.
You
well,
could have kind of fell into it.
Some of us discovered it a little bit faster than others. That would be Gemma having fallen into it, while I gracefully kept my balance at the edge. And then she needed assistance and a light, so I tried to just jump down because it would be awesome and easy to do, and then completely fall on my ass.
Superhero landing.
Yeah. Except completely not superhero landing.
But our heroes were able to find a secret compartment in the wall and retrieved a strange little wooden box that had a bird with some kind of branch in its beak. But then they had the daunting task of getting out of this collapsed basement. And woe was for them, for Anthony suffered a little damage escaping, but how did that happen?
I believe in the
just
immortal word
wanted a
Gimli.
hand to help get me out of and get me up so that I could grab onto the edge and maybe pull myself up or just thrown up a little bit. Instead, I get launched into the air like a bottle rocket by the amazing arms of Gemma Linguini.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm,
And-
mhm.
You know, as they say, what goes up must come down.
Yes. So in the act of climbing out of a hole, you took fall damage.
Yes.
Yes.
I fell upwards.
What are you gonna do? And then our launch pad Gimmalinguini also seemed to have suffered a bit on her escape from the hole too, as she touched on in her recounting of the episode.
Mhm, mhm.
What happened? What went wrong?
So I was trying to replicate a misfire that happened before, which was I got rabbit legs, and I thought, hey, rabbit legs would be really nice to jump out of this hole. Because once Anthony was out of there, I had to figure out how to get myself out of the hole. However, I tried to cast that didn't work out, and then I got out of the hole just fine anyway, with the help of everyone else up there who grabbed me. Yeah.
Right.
But then on the way back, frog legs happened.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Frog legs.
Aw.
And then, as described, you all made it back to the farmer's market. You had a nasty call from Margaret, who was wondering why the harvest spirit was traveling at such quick speeds through town, only to find out that Tamakul had decided to hang out in the car and go with you all.
Mhm.
And then I believe we ended with you all arriving back at the Bessette Manor and headed off to respective places to fall asleep for the night.
Mhm.
And with that, we will pick up here. So I would love for you all each to give me a flat d20 roll.
Ew.
Roll the 20. The 20, the D of the 20. Yes.
We.
A big D.
The big D.
Oh well.
Oh, wow.
No, I'm sorry. No, you rolled the number 20. You have rolled
Aw.
a D out of 20.
Damn.
Wait a minute. That's not right.
Rolling 20. Yes, it is a 20.
Your wish is my command.
Oh,
Here's
no.
a 20.
Well,
All right.
Ethan, tonight you slept very well. You don't really have a vivid dream of what went on, but you slept quite peacefully, at least compared to last night where you were suffering under the bashing of pillows. As for Gemma, your dreams are also quite pleasant. You have a faint memory of a quiet cottage in the middle of nowhere, and that's about all you can remember from your dream, but otherwise quite restful. Crusader, Anthony had a splendid dream. He is in a cooking competition, and in front of him is a cheesy garlic potato casserole, and it has like 8 blue ribbons attached to it. The crowd is cheering for you, and confetti flies, and you realize you're on a float going down Main Street as people are cheering on Anthony, Anthony, Anthony. And
As it should be.
and for Nicholas, you have a pretty bad dream tonight. Your father comes back to you and he hugs you, but when you look him in the eyes, all you can see is a big frog face. Robert.
Oh, I thought you were going to say all I could see is Margaret.
Oh,
I'll
no.
take Frog Dad.
Frog Dad then opens his mouth and begins to eat you as you wake up. Your alarm goes off.
My head stuck inside the pillow.
Well, on this morning, it's several hours before your appointment that was scheduled for today. What do you all decide to do?
First things first.
I'm sorry.
Other than breakfast.
Gemma, you are you're large frog feet have shrunken down back to normal proportions and normal numbers of toes. You are not as clammy and moist. However, there is still webbing between your toes with a distinct orange-like hue to it. Otherwise,
Okay.
entirely human.
All right, good to know. Okay.
Thought you were gonna say her large frog feet has shrunken down to normal-sized frog feet.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Otherwise, let's see what you all get up to this morning.
Hey,
I believe
Gemma,
breakfast.
you're not feeling as froggy, are you?
No. I feel less froggy. Yes.
That was some wild shit right there. Didn't know that could even happen.
Yeah. Yeah. Nothing like that has ever happened to me before. No.
Oh, if everyone's up, I should start cooking breakfast.
Oh, indeed. And what kind of marvelous breakfast are we going to be having today, Anthony?
You know, I'm feeling pretty good with that dream. Let's go with like fine dining type breakfast.
Oh, a fine dining. Very nice. In that case, then, why don't we do your crafts dexterity at a difficulty 8, since it's above a sit-down restaurant level.
Okay. Oh no.
Oh, it's fine.
Oh no. No, it's I saw the red box
Yeah.
for it before I saw a number.
Yeah, I saw the red box and I was like, oh no, there's a botch here, but it's covered. Well, you cook up a delicious English breakfast, continental, of a sort and manner that is above and beyond what most of these people inside the house would think is necessary for a breakfast. And I'm sure the gentle wafting smell of some fresh brewed coffee would probably be joining this breakfast, wouldn't
Oh, absolutely.
it?
Somebody say coffee?
using Nicholas's finest blends.
Better not be using my finest blends. I don't serve that to guests. Those are for customers.
I might be serving it to guests today.
Then all right, I'll give you $1 for the night's stay, and I'll take some of that coffee. All right, thank you.
Gemma, could you give me a perception alertness check at difficulty 6?
I will try to. Alertness?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, yes.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Here we go. Ah!
All
That's
right.
a botch.
Ooh.
And
That's nasty.
who last was in possession of the box?
I was.
I had it. I put it
No,
in the
I had
sanctum.
it. No,
Yeah.
I had it and I brought it with me up to the shower, remember?
I distinctly remember saying I made sure to put it in the sanctum before we went to bed so Margaret couldn't steal it.
Oh,
I remember-
no. I remember I had it in my pocket and I went up to the shower. That's the last thing that we did.
Wait, I remember both things happening. You said you were doing that to put in the sanctum to make it safe. I also heard Gemma mention this. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Did we both
you
have the
take-
idea that we had
Did
the
you
box?
take the box from the sanctum? What do you... Uh-oh.
No, I remember always having the box.
I remembered Gemma having the box. I thought you guys had, come to an agreement on that.
I do remember
But
the plan being to put it in the sanctum.
We just hadn't put it in the sanctum yet.
okay.
I mean, I disagree with that.
Would you have put it
Well-
in the sanctum before going to bed?
I mean, probably if Anthony actually came to get me for it.
Or Nicholas?
Or Nicholas, either of those two.
I
Yeah.
definitely would have done that. That was my entire plan.
Yeah, that was kind of the point of everyone coming back to the Bessette estate.
True.
Yeah.
Well, in that case then, who amongst you I'm assuming not Anthony, since he's cooking, would be the first one to go check on the box.
Probably me.
Yeah,
Probably.
I would think Nicholas.
It's the
Alright.
only one here with any sort of responsibility.
What are you talking about? I have responsibility.
Well,
I had responsibility. I decided to shirk it and come over here.
Nicholas, when you enter into the sanctum that was built by your father in this house, the wooden box seems to be completely unharmed. However,
Oh, good.
sitting beside it is a lonely little teacup.
Oh, god damn it. I'm going to assume that's just teacup. And I'm going to need to get it out of the sanctum. I've got work to do. Alright, well, I'm going to go over and pick up the box and the teacup.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to head out to kick everybody out of the house, basically.
Okay. Well, you come out to a lively kitchen where Anthony is finishing up his wonderful fine dining breakfast, and Ethan is getting himself a cup of coffee, and Kiana, or Gemma, I'm sorry. What are you up to?
Let's see. I would check on the dolls and Teacup, although I don't find Teacup, do I?
No, teacup is missing from your person. It's just now
And-
dawning on you.
In that case, I would be looking around and trying to find Teacup.
Mm.
And I'd probably like ask Anthony and Ethan and be like, "Hey, have you seen Teacup anywhere? Teacup's gone. I don't know where they went."
By the way, the dolls are absolutely fine. They're at least in the same state they have been.
Okay, that's good. I appreciate that.
Evil dolls.
Anthony, Ethan, do either of you respond to Gemma? Especially if you're muted or not.
Apparently not.
Oh no.
Um.
I'm here.
Well,
It says wait, who's what's happening now?
Teacup, the teacup spirit that I have with me all the time. I
Oh, yeah,
don't know where they went.
Yeah, you kind of mentioned that teacup thing. Well, maybe you just put it in the cabinet somewhere. I don't know.
I mean,
Uh.
did you have it on the way back from the place?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I would have made sure of that.
No, I thought maybe it might have stayed with its friends.
I suppose that is a concern. I could check there.
Yeah, I did check your bedroom too. See if you left it next to your counter, the nightstand or something.
Maybe they rolled off somewhere. I guess they'll go check.
Do they have a tendency to, sort of just roll off somewhere?
Where's your book?
Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah,
I mean,
where's the
I
book?
have my book, don't I?
Mhm.
I'll pat myself down for my book.
Book's there. You're good.
Okay. Yes, I have my book.
Oh, Teacup's usually with the book.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't have a huge amount of experience with this teacup, but I'll take your word for it. Yeah, no, I check around here. I mean, it's a big house, but it's got to be somewhere.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'll just look around then.
I figure about this time, Mr. Nicholas might be making his way, and you would run into him.
Oh,
Literally run into me, or just figuratively run into me? Because this
Hold
is Gemma we're talking about.
Let me see.
Figuratively.
Hold on. High or low?
With a question mark?
High or low, Nicholas?
Low.
I run into him. Literally.
Wait. Alright.
Oh my. Hi, Nicholas. I'm sorry. I didn't see you there. I've been trying to find Teacup. Do you know where they are?
I look down to make sure that the box and the teacup aren't like shattered or dropped.
Give me a dexterity melee check at difficulty 6.
Melee, you say?
Yeah, to see if you hold on to the items in your hand.
Probably.
Yeah. You're fine.
Oh, it was also dexterity, so that is a lot of success. Haha, hands.
Hands.
Yeah. I'll hand her the teacup. This teacup?
Yes, that teacup, yes. Oh my, where did you find them?
Next to the box.
The box, you say?
Yes. The box, I say, holding up the box.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that the box. I say as I stare at the box.
The box,
I
you say?
I suppose it must have some connection since we found it in the cabin.
Well, you'll have plenty of time to find that out tomorrow. Anyway,
Why tomorrow? What?
I hope you've had a good stay. You all need to leave, though. Where are the rest of them?
Hold on, aren't we gonna open the box?
Tomorrow.
Why tomorrow?
I have a client coming in. You need to leave, if you don't mind. Sorry to be rude, but you know how things are. Nice to see you again. Have a very good day.
Wait a minute.
Bye-bye, Gemma, as I walk off.
It's only 5 minutes to open a box. What?
I am
He
down the
just-
hallway.
He just walks off with the box, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay then. We worked so hard to get that box. What the hell? I kind of shrug, I guess, and go. Guess we're not opening the box. I'll go to Anthony and I'll be like, I'm going to say to him. So, Nicholas kind of said goodbye. Do I leave now? Like,
I mean-
he said that he has, like, work or something. Do I just go home?
I mean,
thought
he
we-
expects you to, but
But
I mean, we are supposed to investigate that box.
yes, we are. We are on a time limit, aren't we?
I'm assuming it's still in the sanctum.
No, he has it.
Well, he took it with him back to the sanctum, I believe.
Did he?
I mean, I was going to find Ethan and Crusader, or
Anthony.
Anthony, and
Yes.
they'll tell Ethan that he also needed to leave and get Anthony to start getting ready. So, might take me a little bit to find them, I guess. The
Just
big
in the
house.
kitchen.
Oh, they're
Not
in the
hard to find
kitchen.
I'd never check for the chef in the kitchen.
Of
Or
course
the guy
not.
with the crippling
Oh.
caffeine addiction over by
I
the
know.
coffee.
I'll use the intercom.
An intercom? God damn.
Attention, all Bessette house guests. If you could please make your way home at the moment. I have some clients coming in. Anthony, if you could start getting ready for that, I'd appreciate it. I have to sanitize some things after last night. Cheerio. Have a nice day.
Push back. Listen, you know what you do at night and what you have to sanitize afterwards. That's fine. I don't need to hear about that.
I put a
But-
strange box in my office, my sanctum, which is also my operating room, that came out of a dusty, dirty, plague-ridden house basement.
Yeah.
So, where are you going to put it now, since you're still going to be having a client in this area?
Wouldn't you like to know? Anyway, off with you.
I would
Chop,
like
chop.
to take it with us while we leave, so that it's not here at all.
No, can't happen. You have to stay. And I'm not leaving it to the other two. No offense, you two.
Offense entirely taken. What the fuck are you? What kind of things did you do last night? What?
Very well. I understand. Sorry, guys. apparently, house has to get closed down, and I have to make the space more inviting for this special client.
I'm entirely confused about what's happening, but I also don't have enough information to argue. Okay. We're heading out.
I'll catch up to you later.
Let's see.
Yeah.
You know what? We don't normally do this. How about, Nicholas, you make a charisma leadership roll at difficulty 6?
That sounds rough.
And Ethan and Gibma, why don't you do a charisma and then tell me what you would do to argue to stay there, and we'll see if you outweigh Nicholas in this leadership position.
I'm not
Okay.
going to be convinced to not be in charge of my own house.
How about an expression? Charisma expression.
Oh man, 2 successes on my straight charisma roll.
Not bad.
Oh.
Gimma walks out.
I'm just going.
You wanted that as a charisma and what now?
Charisma expression at difficulty 6.
I can probably... Difficulty 6. Alright. No.
4. So could
That is a nice roll.
Ethan
Surprising.
Really good roll.
give Nicholas
Not my dumb stat.
a good reason why he should stay?
Look,
Well,
after
Ethan
all
should say.
Yeah, look, after all the weird shit that we've been going through here, I'm not exactly keen on doing all this and then being told to step the fuck out for no particular reason. You haven't got some sort of a client. You didn't mention it the last several days. If you got a client out here, who is it?
Did I
Curious to
get
know.
the information from my dad about who the client was? Or did he just literally say, I have someone coming in tomorrow, be ready?
He said, yeah, you have someone coming in tomorrow, be ready. But also,
Yeah.
I think you would know as a doctor that there's client, HIPAA, blah, 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 medical information.
Yeah, no, but I was actually curious at the moment if I knew what was about to happen.
No, he just told you that he had a special client that was coming in and she was going to need some sort of reconstructive surgery kind of thing. That he
Weren't they
knows that
all
you're
in the
gonna-
car when that call happened?
Well, it was while Tamakul was doing his thing and you were taking the call.
Fair enough. That's true.
And
I was
don't-
off taking the call in the middle of the woods.
And then right after that, I think you guys got into the memory sharing with Tamakul, and I don't think you quite told them what was on the phone call.
No, I probably did not.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, yeah. Ethan's gonna argue, saying, "I don't see a reason to leave, especially with such an important thing happening." Actually, he'll also add in, "Look, I'm not exactly looking here to argue against Hippo or whatever, but you should let us in on what's going on so we know why we're wasting a day."
I'm one of the foremost cosmetic medical surgeons in the world, and to pay for all this stuff, I, take on very famous clients, one of which is coming in today, who probably wouldn't be that helpful to have random, homeless people wandering around the house at the time that they show up for their sensitive surgeries.
Hey, no, wait. I'm not homeless. I'm just living.
You have a
efficient.
house.
I was going to have a house. Haven't actually finished the paperwork, and we got a week till shit goes down. So I don't think that's finishing up by then.
Look, if you'd like, you can take some coffee, stay in the West Wing, and just don't come out until this is over.
Okay, understood. I'll just stay in the corner. I'll probably log on to Twitter or something. I don't know. I'll be around. He's totally not going to stay in the room, but that's beside the point.
Yep, that's fair.
Mhm.
Anthony, you're in charge.
Understood.
Well,
Keep the cleaver handy.
Jesus.
What? Did you say this out loud?
Yes.
Oh, that's
Well,
horrifying.
Before we continue with the events happening inside the Bessette estate, Gemma, you are now leaving the manor. What are you going to be doing with your day? Free from the
Well.
chains of Nicholas and crew?
In that case, if I'm not allowed to do anything with that box, then I guess I'll go back to the church, and I'm going to spend today to. You know what? I want to have a training montage today.
Oh, a
In that
training
case.
montage. All right, tell us
Yeah,
about it.
yeah.
What are you going to be training up?
That is a very good question, and I need to remember how much points everything costs. But I was thinking about working on my arete as well as some other skills. Maybe ask the good father if there is such a thing as a firing range, just because I'd like to blow off some steam.
Jesus. All right,
You're
well,
gonna shoot me next time, aren't you?
let's.
Well, I'm not going to shoot anyone. Why would you say that?
Then let's first start with what do you want to do first? Do you want to focus on expanding your magical capabilities, or do you want to go talk to Father Andrews?
You know what? I'm going to talk to Father Andrews first because it's been a while since I've talked to him.
It has been at least 2 days. It's now Tuesday.
Yeah.
You last talked to him on Sunday. So you can take this time to go walk over to his house and...
Oh, yeah, he's not at the church. He's still sick, isn't he?
Yes, the last time
Probably.
you all talked, he was sick in bed.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I'll go talk to him then.
once you arrive at his place, you see that it does seem like his truck is still sitting outside, and he's probably still within the walls of his home.
Okay. Oh, I'll give a polite knock, knock, knock before saying, Father Andrew, sorry to disturb you. I just wanted to check in on you. I haven't heard from you in a little bit.
Mm-hmm. You hear slow, plodding footsteps as he arrives to the door and opens it. You can see a Father Andrews, who is much paler than normal, open the door to you. Oh, Gemma! Oh, thanks for coming. Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit better. I'm just a little under the weather. But please, come in, come in.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
You walk into the house and you can sort of feel the sickness in the air. But he doesn't look like he's in terrible condition, just a little pale, as he sits back down in a comfortable chair and drinks what looks to be some hot tea that he's made. Would you like a cup of tea, Gemma?
Oh, I would. Well, do you mind if I brew it myself?
Oh, not at all, I guess. Right there in the kitchen. What brings you by?
Oh, I wanted to check up on you, as well as I had some further questions about the town.
Oh? Sure, I would love to answer any questions that you have, Gemma. You're such a curious and kind spirit. I would do anything to help you.
I'm really glad to hear that. And as I'm saying this, I'm gonna go into the kitchen and what kind of system does he have set up for boiling the water for the tea? Is it like a kettle? Is it just like the stove?
He's got a little kettle that sits on a gas-powered stove, and he's got a box of Lipton black tea sitting next to it, opened up with
I see.
the little tab sticking out.
I'll dump out the water that's in the kettle and fill it with my holy water from my thermos, and then start the heat
Okay.
for it. And while that's simmering, I'll go back and I'll ask him. I wanted to ask a little bit about well, I suppose a few things. First off, Father, do you know of any significance of lavender?
Lavender? Well, I know it smells good. I don't think anything particular. What is it like? Is it something that I should have? Would it make me feel better?
Um, I hear that it helps with anxiety.
Oh, well, no. I just had some black tea. Maybe next time I go out to the store, maybe I should get some lavender tea then.
Yeah, that does sound really nice. I was just wondering. I had a somewhat odd encounter involving lavender, and I was trying to figure out what it could mean as perhaps a sign, maybe? I don't know.
Hmm.
It just stuck out to me.
Ah, well, in that case then, I can't think of any time where lavender was a sign from God. At least nothing in the Bible that I can think of. Though, then again, I'm sure maybe names have changed over time and something could have been related to that and I just don't remember. But, no, I can't really think of anything like that. What was the incident? Tell me about it.
I was with Anthony, Nicholas, and Ethan, and
Oh, who's Ethan?
oh, you met him. He's the gentleman that had that we brought over for the sleepover. He
Oh,
didn't have a home
yes!
at the time.
That's right. How is he doing? Is he doing okay?
Oh, he's settling in much better. Much better. No.
Right. Okay. Yes. I'm sorry. It slipped my mind. I forgot. So, yes, you were out with those lads. Everything
Mhm,
fine?
mhm.
What happened?
And we were walking by the farmer's market, and we saw just this large patch of lavender. Just just there in the farmer's market, just growing there.
Hmm.
And it struck us as odd. Just an odd thing. We knew it wasn't there yesterday. Not sure how it wound up being there.
Well, there's always people selling seeds, and there's florists that sometimes drop by the farmers market that show off their wares with bouquets, especially around Mother's Day and Valentine's, of course. It's
Oh,
possible that
yes.
maybe someone just spilled some lavender seeds a week or two back, and now they've sprung up there. Wouldn't be the first
Are
time. We actually had a problem a couple years back with an invasive species because someone dropped some wildflowers thinking that they would make it more colorful, but it turned out that it was actually some kind of weed or something that grew. Oh, it was a terrible mess. There was problems with it all over, but I'm sure it's something simple as that unless you think it's something more.
I see. I mean, I don't think it's a particular problem. I mean, the lavender smells nice, and
Mm.
I I don't think there's a problem with it. I just found it special in a way.
Is it like the special you felt coming from that Bessette house?
Um, maybe a little. Not not the same.
Not the same, but you think it's something spiritual. He says with a hushed voice as if somebody's listening in on you.
Well, maybe. Just a little. Maybe that's why I was trying to figure out if there's some sort of spiritual significance. If it's
Well,
supposed to be like a sign, or if there's I, I don't know.
well, I that sounds out of my purview as a man of the cloth. That's almost daring into the realm of the occult, if you know what I mean. However, there are significant symbolisms in Christianity. Perhaps there's something to it. Now, I don't really get involved in the symbolism as much as I do with the figures and the canon that comes from the word itself, and of course the cardinals and bishops and the Pope himself. But that aside, I could do a little bit of research and maybe reach out and see if lavender is of significance. Is there anything else you can tell me about this that I can report? Otherwise, it would just be some lavender inexplicably grew in a place, was there anything, were there any activities that went on at the time that you can tell me that might relate to it?
Any activities? Well, I know that from the spot where it grew, everyone had left by then. Perhaps that is of some significance? Like a presence leaving?
Well, the farmer's market is open every day. Unless you're saying that lavender grew suddenly overnight, it would have had to be around people for a couple days, right?
Perhaps, but it did seem like it just appeared just overnight. And that's the part that makes me, I don't know. It feels weird. I know
Father,
it's weird to fixate on flowers of all things, but
Father
I don't know.
Andrews begins grabbing his beard and just giving it a little bit of a stroke, and he goes, well, that's not entirely impossible. As I said, the little area next to the fountain by the church always overgrows with plants. It doesn't matter how often I have someone come over and weed whack them or pluck them or try to pull up those weeds. It always grows back quite fast. So, if it has anything to do with that, maybe it's just very fertile there or something. I'm not sure. I'm no florist myself. But, yes, I can definitely look into that. Was that all that was troubling you, young Gemma?
Emma's eyes kind of light up with this information, like this connecting thread, and she says, "Oh, that yes, that is it about that. Thank you. You gave me a very interesting thought with that. But sorry, not to fixate on this one topic. I was also wanting to talk about other businesses in the area.
The tea kettle starts whistling loudly from the
Oh,
kitchen.
my tea. Let me go fetch that. I go ahead and pour myself a cup as well, so I can join him for tea. And whenever I come back, I'm going to ask, do you know if there are any recreational clubs in the area? Things like the sports clubs. I hear some places have fencing or HEMA, as well as
Well, I don't know about any of that. I've been in this town quite a long time, and I think if you wanted any of that, you would have needed to be here roughly 30 years ago, young Gemma, when there was far more people to support such things. However, if you do go down to the park, that is it's near the center of town. They've kept themselves a nice little play area there. There is a basketball court and even a little fenced off area for tennis if that's what you want. I'm doubt you would be able to run into a random person there at any given day, but maybe those young lads you always pal around with would want to play some tennis with you, or I'm not sure if you shoot the hoops, but you could probably do that there as well.
I don't believe I've ever shot a hoop, but I could give it a try.
Right. Other than that, I guess you could always just go out to the woods for a good run. The pathways are nice. I know you have ventured out there at least once before, you've told me.
Speaking of the woods, I wanted to ask you about something.
Shoot.
Last time we were in the woods, Anthony, he was attacked by a bear.
Lord, and you're just now telling me of this?
Yes, I'm sorry. I thought since the incident was dealt with and no one got severely harmed, it wasn't a big deal, but ever since it's been weighing down on me a little bit, and it's got me wondering, do you I hate to ask such a thing, and I'm mostly thinking just for his safety. Do you know if there is a firearm store or a firing range here? I thought maybe it would be helpful to help him be able to defend himself.
Well,
You know what
First and foremost, Gemma, I would tell you strongly that you should have told one of the park rangers that there was a bear on the loose. They at least would be able to go find it and maybe help relocate it. They are professionals. That's their job, is to handle that. And I'm sorry, but if Anthony feels that he needs to arm himself from a bear, I would definitely say we've got plenty of hunters in town that are already well suited for it. I don't think that young man should be putting himself in danger when he has such a bright career ahead of him in the culinary world.
Oh, yes, I do certainly agree. Wait, park rangers? This is the first time I'm hearing of park rangers.
Well, of course, it's been a department that's been massively downsized over the years, but we still have a park ranger on hand. I'm pretty sure he still works at the fire department, and he just goes up there to make sure that everything's in tip-top shape. No one goes down any of the trails that have been less fortunate to be maintained, and of course move logs and whatnot that impede the trail and make sure that nobody is setting fires outside of camp places and not abusing the lovely park for anything unscrupulous, you know.
I see. Well, I'll have to introduce myself to them then.
Yes.
I
Please let them know there's plenty of people that use those woods, and if there's a bear traipsing around running into people on the trails, that needs to be taken care of immediately. As a matter of fact, I know where he is at the fire station. Would you like me to give him a call?
That would be much appreciated. I've found that going out into the woods with the friends has been quite the enjoyable experience. So getting in contact with them would be nice, just to make sure everyone is safe.
Right. Well, thank you for telling me. I wish you had told me earlier. And you're absolutely certain both you and he are okay?
Yes, I'm absolutely certain.
All right. He says before taking a sip. Well, was there anything else I can help you with, Gemma? You seem very troubled.
I suppose there is one more thing.
Please,
I
let me know.
found a somewhat ominous sight in the woods.
He sets the tea down and crosses his hands. What do you mean, ominous? Again, with the feelings that you get?
This was... how to put it? It wasn't like there was something special there. It was an absence. If that makes sense. Like, as if... It was as if God's touch was no longer there.
That's very concerning, Gemma.
Yeah. It looked like it was the ruin of a cabin. And the ground there, around there, nothing grew. Not a thing. And it's not like it was recently scorched earth or anything, and everything past that boundary was growing lush. And it made me wonder, why this circle? Did nothing grow at all?
Well, my first instinct, I know sometimes when the farmers are clearing out their forests and whatnot, if there's an area that's been heavily salted, that could definitely damage the ability to grow for a long time. They have to be careful that too many pesticides or whatnot, but you're saying this was out in the middle of the woods where a cabin used to be?
Yeah, just out in the woods. I don't see why anyone would just salt the earth in that specific spot.
And what brought you out there?
Just waltz through the woods. It helps to clear the mind.
Was it on the trail?
It was at first. Although we wound up losing track of the trail. Actually, that leads into another story. We were on the trail and we were just enjoying our time when we heard a scream. And, of course, when you hear someone's in trouble and you want to see what's going on and you want to help. So I went running after, and so did my friends, and, well, I'm a bit embarrassed to admit, but it was a bit of a false alarm.
Oh, I'm sorry. I probably incepted that idea into your mind when I told you about the strange sounds out in the woods that one night. Ah, I'm sorry. It didn't get you in trouble, did it?
Oh, it was fine. I mean, uh, someone almost punched me, but it's fine. The situation was diffused.
Hmm. But that then led you to this ungodly place in the woods?
Yes, we were trying to find the path again when we stumbled upon the clearing that it was in.
Hmm. Well, I can't say I've ever heard of such a thing, but now that you mention it, as soon as I'm healthy, I would love to go find that myself and see if maybe we could, with our combined power, maybe alleviate this ungodly force. Knowing something
I
like that, and knowing your past and your capabilities, Gemma, I trust that God is acting through you, and we should prioritize this.
I I agree. I think it's something that should be dealt with.
Well,
Mm.
is there anything else that's bothering you, Gemma? It seems that there's a lot on your mind. You know you can talk to me. You don't
I
have to hold it in.
I know, Father. I I suppose there is one more thing. It's involving a friend.
Oh?
Um, uh, while out in the woods, we did find a box.
A
Not sure what's
box.
in the box. We said that we would check it out in the morning, and then this morning, Nicholas said that he was preoccupied with other things, and said that we would open the box tomorrow. And I was just, I don't know. It's stuck with me. I'm not certain why. It's not a big deal, but
Well, Gemma,
I
if
wonder if he has.
I know anything about you, it's that your intuition seems to be quite on point, and I'm not sure if it's strictly you or if it's God acting through you, and I would love to believe it is the latter of those two. But if something's bothering you and you're worried about whatever this is, then I think you should follow those feelings and see them through. Especially if those were the same feelings that led you here, because you just stopping by really brightened up my day.
I see. I'm very glad that I could help, Father. And you've helped a lot more than. Yes, you've helped a lot. Thank you.
All right. Well, I am going to go back to nursing this tea and doing my due diligence as someone getting over sickness and continue to watch The Price is Right. Oh, excuse me.
It's okay. I hope that you enjoy your show and that you get well soon.
Thank you, Gemma. And take care. And remember, you can always talk to me.
I will. Promise.
Mm. Now, let us head on over to the Bessette estate as we pan over this way. And
Nice. After I've been bad-mouthed behind my back by Gemma.
While Nicholas is cleaning, I decided I want to make something for his client.
all right. And what are
Welcome
you
them.
going to make for him?
I want to make apple pie cookies.
Oh, that sounds amazing. And
I will share a picture I found.
oh, nice. I like pictures. There we go. And yes, those look
Yeah,
absolutely
that is
delightful.
that is exactly what.
Oh,
Yeah,
I kind of want that now.
Mm-hmm.
That is the point. There's something
That looks so yummy.
that looks good. It is a cookie. It's warm and inviting. It's higher end.
Mm-hmm. All right. Give us a crafts dexterity at difficulty 8.
Now we try to do this, and we see how it goes.
Very nice. All right, you are able to make a full plate of apple pie cookies that all come out nearly identical. And the smell of fresh apple pie wafts through the air. Now, outside the estate, a taxi cab rolls up. And out steps a very intriguing figure. She
Triple
has...
H.
As she climbs out, you can see that she is in a very extravagant outfit, as well as having very interesting proportions, if one were to say. You immediately notice that she has bleached white hair, almost silver and almost like it glows in the sunlight. Her face is covered in glasses that are bright pink and star-shaped with shaded lenses. Her lips are bulbous and also bright pink. She's wearing a tube top, matching the same color as her lips and glasses, and you can see that her skin is very tan, and she has extremely long pink fingernails on. She click-clacks towards the front of the house in her bright heels, and she's wearing the skimpiest white Daisy Dukes that you've ever seen. And holy cow, is her ass a big badonkadonk. Not only that, but you notice that her boobs seem unnaturally huge, and she's got something packed in those shorts. She is, by all stretches of the imagination, almost like a hentai person brought to life in her proportions, if one were to say.
What?
And she comes up to the door, and you can see from inside that she's looking to see if there's a button, and she has to push her open finger there because her nails are so long before ding dong.
Right.
I guess I should get the door. I'll play receptionist.
You open the
Yes.
door to see this nearly fictional-looking figure standing in front of you. Is this the Bessette place that I'm going to be getting my surgery done?
Yes, this is Dr. Bessette's office. Please, come on in.
Oh, absolutely. You look so delicious. And what is that I am smelling in the air?
Complimentary apple pie cookies for you.
Oh, I have to watch my figure. I can't eat too many, but I will absolutely dig into one of those, you little snack. She says, obviously struggling to get words out through her gigantic lips.
Please, if you will follow me, I will bring them to you.
Mm-hmm. She clacks through the house, each foot ringing out through the hallways. Wow, this place is even bigger on the inside. It looked huge before. This is a surgery place? You do surgery here?
Oh, there is an office for that within this.
Oh. Well, she follows you to the plate of cookies and struggles to pick them up at first with her fingers not able to clasp down on them. So she takes two hands and with her nails does like the crane game maneuver and gets a hold of it and then brings it up to her mouth before she's able to finally chomp in on it. Oh, that is just divine. Delicious.
Please, help yourself.
Where did you get these from? I have to go buy a pack.
Oh, I made them just now.
You made them just now.
Yes.
Well, unbelievable. Unbelievable. You gotta give me the recipe. I'm gonna make that for Daddy as soon as I get back.
I will write it down.
Now, I know we're on a schedule here, and I know I'm probably a little bit early, but I just thought I would get here in time. I just got off the plane. The taxi cab was exhausting. I felt so cramped in there. I just have too big of a caboose to be stuck inside of that itty bitty little car. But it is all we could get on short notice because Daddy says that my last surgery just made me look a little bit too much, and he wants me to dial it back down.
Anything that will make you happy. If you just wait here, help yourself to as many cookies as you want, and I will let Dr. Bessette know that you have arrived.
Well, maybe just one more would be okay. As she goes back to trying to crane the cookies up, and it keeps sliding out from her nails and falling back on the plate.
If I may tempt you, I mean, you're already here to get some reduction. I mean, a little bit of extra food won't hurt, will it?
I see what you're doing there, but I gotta watch my figure.
And with that, I'll leave to go let Nicholas know that the client is here.
All right. I'm sure he has prepped the operation room.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
To the best of my incredibly unlimited abilities. I've got cleaning on my sheet, right? That's a skill I should have.
Yes. I'm sure, I'm positive that without a roll, you are able to sanitize your workstation.
I just never know what sort of odd things will pop up when you have spiritual teacups showing up. Oh, did we lose somebody?
Looks like for a moment.
Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like ID dropped.
Mhm.
Yeah. Andy's back.
Apologies. What the heck? I was not trying to join or that thing, but it said
Weird.
I-
Okay.
my bad.
No
It's
problems.
okay, you teleported somewhere else with the correspondence.
Yeah. Kiana, yes. The page 253 is where you can see the experience costs of new things. It'll be on the bottom right of that page. I've got it up on screen right
Oh.
now.
Oh, okay. Is that the book that's pinned? Because that looks different than the one that's pinned in the group chat.
It might be.
Oh, did we not pin the new one?
I might not have.
Yeah, that's not the new one.
In which case, I will. Can I unpin this? How do you unpin? Stop being pinned. Yes.
Remove pin.
Yep, removed. Let me. I've got it bookmarked here. My bad. That's gonna probably clear some things up for you.
Okay, thank you. I do
Yeah.
appreciate that a lot.
No problem. All right. So this figure is ready to enter into the room with the doctor then?
Yes, I believe we got everything ready. And I was going to go out to her, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll let
immediately
Nicholas-
take her to the operating room. I've got to perform, the pre-operation exam. I can't just put her under and start doing things without knowing what she wants.
Of course.
Yes,
So you
Dr.
see her.
Bessette,
Oh.
she's there, and if you wish to help yourself to a cookie, if there's any left when you get there.
Thank you, Anthony. Just keep an eye on our other guest. I'd rather not be interrupted.
I will start doing that now.
I'll head out to where our client is.
All right. You come out back to the little waiting area Anthony has set up, and you can see that she is hungrily snacking on those cookies. And she sees you and goes, "Oh! Excuse me. Hi, you must be the Mr. Bessette."
Yes, Dr. Bessette, thank you very much for coming.
She puts her hand out and goes to shake you, but she can barely curl her hand because her nails are so long.
I will attempt to do my best to shake her hand. It is a very much of a pleasure to meet you.
Mm-hmm. Daddy said that you were like the best cosmetic surgeon that he could get on hand real fast. So I'm really excited because my last one, apparently he didn't do as good a job as Daddy wanted. So we have to go to someone else.
Well, I am happy your father put his trust in me.
No,
But
no. She puts her hand on your chest and pats it. No, not my father, my daddy.
I'll
Oh,
nod at that.
Anyway,
Well,
so he was saying that, you know, the girls are just like way too big for him, and he likes, you know, heft, but he doesn't want them to be that hefty. And then same thing with my booty. Like, it's big, but he doesn't want it to be that big. We gotta like get the proportions right, apparently. And then I want my lips to stay as juicy, but maybe like less juice. But like, you know, keep the juice but less juice. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to have my clipboard out, making notes, but as I ask her questions about what she wants specifically and what her daddy, you know, wants specifically, I'm gonna cast some mind magic to start getting a read on her and everything, and hope that it doesn't lower my IQ by too much to do so.
Is this going to be surface level thoughts, or are you going to be digging in a little bit deeper? Which is it, mind 1 or mind 2 that you're doing?
I think I want to start with mind 1 with the ability to ramp up after I get a better idea. So it'll be a slow build up. I guess you could call it a ritual as we, you know, continue on with the questioning and everything.
All right. Well, let's start off with an Arete at difficulty 4 and see what your successes are here.
All right.
Also, for everyone, make sure that after your night's rest, you did regain 1 willpower, and if
Just
you
one?
had, yes, for your
Okay.
for getting a good night's rest. Nicholas, you didn't have the best rest.
So no willpower regained for me.
Yeah, you kind of didn't
Yeah.
rest that well. Everyone else did get some, and also if you were bruised, then you should have cleaned up all of your bruisings by now. Any lethal damage should still be there, though. Unless it was, you know, supernaturally healed before the nighttime.
I think I got everybody healed up.
I think you did too, but just in case not, let's make sure everyone's aware of that. All right, with 3 successes, you are able to tap into the sphere of her mind, and you're able to see her surface level thoughts, and almost all of them seem to be one directional. It's interesting. You're not seeing the deeper level thoughts, but it's almost like looking at a more uniform brain, whereas with everyone else who you've seen through the vision of the mind sphere, they have little, not inconsistencies, but variance in their thoughts. It's like a wild storm of patterns with emotions flaring and interjecting thoughts. But she seems very, very focused, very one direction with her thinking. You can't tell what it is exactly at this point, but you can tell that she's far more singularly minded than most other people that you have looked at.
Right. All right, that's not necessarily unexpected, but perhaps a little worrisome then. I'll continue on to make sure that she is seemingly wanting the things she's wanting at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But it sounds like I need to go a little bit deeper, Leo.
Oh. Do you immediately want to ramp it up?
Since this isn't getting me any more information. She's saying exactly what she's thinking, basically, is what you're saying, right?
Mostly, yes.
It's not I'm not feeling deception or anything like that out of anything.
Well, if you want to make a perception empathy check at difficulty 6 for me, we can help that out. And we can say
Okay.
that because you are looking at her, let's make we've currently got mind sight on. Let's make that a difficulty 5.
Okay.
Yes. You can tell that she truly and honestly is saying exactly what she's thinking. There seems to be no hidden thoughts going on here.
All right. So she does seem to be wanting the thing she's saying she wants. I'm not getting any sort of sense that, her views are different from what she's saying.
True.
So, but it is a little weird. It could just be that she's, I don't know, simpler, or it could be kind of she's obviously in a specific relationship.
To say the least.
So that might be what it is, but I think I want to go a little deeper to make sure there's nothing untoward happening, especially given my father's, warnings about stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to miss anything important at this point.
All right. So what does Nicholas do?
I think I need to, like I said, do a mind 2 as opposed to a mind 1.
All right. Is there any difference in what you do as your ritual gets ramped up?
Well, we've been talking and writing, down, getting kind of a profile of her on my clipboard. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start making kind of like, how to put it, deeper notes, like insets, parentheses, my own sort of like I'm getting more from doing a surface like PowerPoint, you'd say. I'm going to go step down into like an indent and write more specific things, making my notes more complex as I dive more into her mind.
All right. And what are you hoping to see once you're deeper into her mind?
I want to see specifically like what her drives and desires are for herself. Whether really all she wants is just to be what this person wants her to be, or if there's anything like deeper pushing her, any sort of hidden mental pitfalls or worries or fears that can be addressed to make her better, not just looking, but better as a person, more closer to her ideal.
Okay. I'm going to say that being able to uncover that information is going to require 6 successes. So you can roll your arete at difficulty 5, and then if you don't make it all the way to that level, we can continue your interrogation.
Well, if I make 6 successes on 3 dice,
Mm-hmm.
someone's call me out because I'll have to be cheating. All right. Oh, that is a -1. Ooh.
Well.
That's what I get for 1, 2, 2. Fucking
Yes.
dice.
So, because of this, you are going to suffer a botch, which means you will be
a botch.
Incurring some paradox. Would you like the paradox effect to be delayed until the end of the scene by spending a willpower? Or would you rather face possibly enduring it for the rest of the scene or longer?
I think I'd have to spend my last willpower for that. I can't really take the chance that something interrupts this process.
All right. You attempt to dig deeper into the mind of this lady. Oh, by the way, in the process of this, she told you that her name is Sugar.
Of course she did.
Her name is Sugar. And when you tried to dig deeper into her mind, you start getting the hint that something is off about it, But before you can get any further, her pattern seems to immediately get drawn into your mind, and you have to will yourself to reject it, but it's already tampered with it slightly. But you're able to stave it off for the moment.
How much paradox was that then?
Well, it
I need
was
to mark my sheet.
It was going to be a 2-sphere. It was a coincidental, and therefore there's not really a witness, so you're going to suffer 2 points of paradox for that.
Sounds good. Well, I'm going to continue this, but I'm going to invite her back into the sanctum operating room as we go, so I have a little bit more. Not that my sanctum fucking does anything for me at the moment.
Yeah.
But, it's the whole point of having one.
Okay. So you take
And I'll continue with my...
Oh, go ahead then.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, I was going to continue trying to do what I was doing before. The same role, I guess.
Oh, you're going to try to mine 2 again?
Yeah. I mean,
okay.
It's important that I get this done for her.
All right.
Just because it didn't work once doesn't mean I'm going to give up.
True. However, I will let you know that the difficulty will now be increased because of that.
Yep.
So
I know.
It's going to be a difficulty 6 arete roll.
Yep, and I'll spend a quintessence on this one.
All right. It's difficulty
really
5
matters.
then.
There we go.
Much better. You have 3 successes. You're able to dig into her mind. Now, you're trying to uncover a lot of information about her, and you're able to pick up some things using the information that you're getting now. There is something curious about it. However, the normal stuff first, you can see in her mind that she's very focused on pleasing Daddy. It completely rolls through her head over and over again. I must be Daddy's little girl. I will be Daddy's little girl. Daddy's girl is going to be exactly what he wants, and I want nothing more than to be Daddy's little girl. That seems to be the record skipping and constantly playing over and over in her head. And you can see some memories, at least from earlier today. You can see, it's true, her ride in the taxi was a little bit cramped because she's such a big woman, so to say, in a lot of respects. And same for the flight. You can see a picture of your dad and some other figure sitting with her in an outpatient room. And you can see that the other man was furious, and he was slamming his hand down on a desk and stuff and pointing at her and saying something, but it wasn't coming through all the way. However, that's not all the information you can gather.
All right, so I assume I need to make another roll then. This is... I'm going to have to kill so many people.
If you don't have another quintessence, it will be back up to 6, though.
I have 2 quintessence total, so I still got 1 more.
Okay.
That does reset every day, right?
Yes, every day you get your avatar's worth of quintessence if you have avatar.
Gotcha. That's what I thought, but I figured I'd make sure on that one. Oh, hope.
I hope in a
prayer. Oh, son of a
bitch! And
oh no!
If I remember correctly, you said you did not have an additional willpower to use.
You didn't get me any willpower back, so unless my demeanor or nature has got me a willpower for me forcing my magic through this to help this woman to get the willpower back, which I think I would afterwards.
Afterwards, you might have an argument,
but I don't know if you'd give it to me now. All right, so that's 2 more paradox that hits me now.
Yes, that would be 2 more paradox on the pile, and this time the digging deeper has an immediate drawback to it. Your mind now begins to bend slightly. You can feel the desire to want to help Daddy. Oh, you gotta help Daddy. Daddy he's everything to you. Now, your mind isn't going towards any particular person. This is just the concept of daddy in your head, because
Yeah.
to you, it's not your father. You're not thinking of your dad, but daddy. You have to do it for daddy, and you completely empathize with her. You know exactly what she means, and you have to fill daddy's desires.
Well, obviously that means I need to search down to make sure what she really wants. Because, that's the desire, right?
Yes. So, will you push forward at difficulty 7 now?
I'm just going to look at Sanctum real quick. Make sure nothing specifically is helpful here.
Yeah, we can double check that.
Oh boy.
Let's see, I have how many ranks in one rank in it?
Yeah, we got backgrounds.
So I don't get any reduction in difficulty or anything for it at 1 rank.
Yeah,
Man, I really need to put points into that.
It's just a place that's, out of the sight of people.
Yep, if I could have got 2 points, it would have lowered difficulty by 1.
Mm-hmm.
Well, obviously that just means that I have to spend extra time before this roll making sure and digging down that I'm doing everything perfectly correctly. So I can, Let's see, casting? I believe that was a thing you do with casting, right?
No.
You spend extra time. It's some of the modifiers for rolling.
No, when I had originally said that, I misunderstood it. The taking extra time is just a way to build extra successes. So, in the way that if you wanted to throw a rock even further, you can make the ritual take time so that you can build up those successes, but that doesn't actually influence the difficulty. That's actually the heart of what makes a ritual, is being able to make it over time to get extra successes. That doesn't actually influence what the difficulty is supposed to be.
Really? Because page 503 says specifically spending extra time per additional turn each roll -1 to the roll difficulty modifier.
Then I am totally confused.
That's page 503 on the magical difficulty modifiers.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I've got the page up right now, because then I don't understand why anything has to be a ritual then. But in that case then, per additional roll each turn. Okay, so if you were in combat, that would make more sense for that. And since we're not in combat, that doesn't matter. Okay. All right. Then in this case then, you're going to spend some extra time. However,
for daddy.
Let's see. You notice that your notes are it's becoming difficult to keep track of the things on your notepad, because the thoughts of daddy are getting into your head, and you're writing down not only what your thoughts are, but what you think daddy would want, and it's making it difficult. However,
that is fair.
However, let's give you the benefit of the doubt and say it's a difficulty 6 then instead of a 7.
Is there anything else I can throw in here? We're not near a node. I can't spend more quintessence. I'm not manipulating mystical threads. I do have my personalized instrument, but I think that's just in general how that works.
Yeah, until you get to the point where you no longer rely on a focus, then the focus is necessary for the casting. It doesn't reduce the difficulty.
I don't have anything unique. Oh, personal item from the target. Does she have anything specifically on her I can use to help with this?
Well, she's got a little
she's got to get changed as we go, so...
Steal her glasses.
She has glasses on. She has a little handbag with her that has her lipstick in it, a couple cosmetics and the sort, and she's got the phone in the little handbag too.
Right, so I'm gonna let her know she can put her stuff down on, one of the places I have for all the things, and direct her to a side room real quick.
Okay.
To get changed for the surgery and everything.
All right.
And then I will find something that feels like a personal resonance for when she comes back. Maybe I'll, mark my clipboard with some of her lipstick.
Sounds good. All right.
Uh.
So you mark the clipboard with some of her lipstick, and
Mhm.
can you make a willpower at difficulty 7 for me?
To not put on the lipstick.
We'll find out. Okay. Yes, the urge to dab the lipstick onto your own lips passes over your mind so that you can kiss the piece of paper and leave it there. However, you shake that thought away and then just mark it on the paperboard.
Oh man, the things I do to help people.
All right, now you may make such a roll.
All right, so that should bring it back down to 5 then.
Indeed.
Even though, oh thank God, oh, it didn't get me the last success I needed, but
No, but you
was
get
not a critical failure.
you get a little bit more information. Normally, when you've dug deep into the minds of your clients using this particular feat of magic, you are able to see all the way back through their childhood. They have faint memories of, Christmases past, their birthdays, of parents being there for them, their first soccer days, their days at school, and important holidays like summer vacations and whatnot. All of these things come to mind, but in hers they seem strangely absent, as if she never experienced those things, that her memory only goes back for a few days.
Okay, now that is very alarming.
And do you wish to press further into the mind of Sugar? You only need one more success to get the full deep dive here.
But no, Nicholas very much, besides the whole his own mind is being fucked with, definitely that is a very big red flag for him. Something he'd very much need to continue looking into. If this person's memory has been erased or something, and she's been completely brainwashed, especially since his dad had been there with the other guy whose name shall not be mentioned.
You mean Daddy?
No. Alright, so let's not just go magic, please. Oh, thank God.
All right, and with this final dive, the notes about Daddy are starting to get even clearer. You're even noticing when you dot your I's, there's little hearts in there that you have to shake your head and maybe scribble them back out and redraw them as single I's. But her full memory and emotional state is brought into the forefront of your mind, and you're able to see that, yes, even though she has some memories of being in a relationship with this person, they're kind of shady in your mind. Their face is blurry, but you can see they're at a very picturesque restaurant in Paris, seeing the Eiffel Tower and the Arc de Triomphe. However, strangely, they seem to be very close together, and next thing you know, she's standing at the front of a ship with her arms out, and this figure standing behind her with the breeze blowing in their face, and they're now in the vineyards of Italy, sipping on wine under a Catalina sun, and now they're standing outside of these Russian temples with the big bulging, I don't know what to call them, those towers that point up. You can just see that they're traveling all over the world, but they're disconnected, and there doesn't seem to be anything before that in her mind. It's all just there, and it's within the uncanny valley. It just seems off. Even artificial, maybe?
So
It's
seems
unlike it's unlike any memories you have seen before. In a lot of ways, they are crystal clear, whereas most people have difficulty remembering a lot of finer details, but she seems to have a lot of those right in the forefront. But at the same time, the traveling between these locations is not there, and pretty much her entire teenager and before life is just inaccessible to you.
Like erased or inexistent or
Like if
Uh.
you're looking for water in an empty bucket.
well, then I guess I'm gonna have to bring life into this so I can check her body is, I don't know, actually aged correctly, I guess, biologically the correct age.
All right.
Like, or could I say artificial or not?
Absolutely, you could say that. So, then let's
But-
see.
That's something I can do after she gets out, and now that I've confirmed exactly what she wants done to her specifically, we can put her under, and I can do that as part of the operation.
All right. Then, while that is going on, let's swap over to Anthony and Ethan, who are guarding the box. What are you all up to?
Ethan's trying to get a cell phone signal. Wait.
It's fine. You can get a cell phone signal from within the Bessette estate.
Funnily enough, when I sent him to the West Wing, it's where I put the Faraday cage.
Fair enough.
It's cool.
I was gonna say, Anthony wouldn't have arrived yet. Wait, hold on.
Yes, you would have some time to yourself while Anthony was preparing and dealing with the guest.
Okay. While that's going on, Ethan's taking a look through his phone, making it look like he's just like flipping through something, like I don't know, some stupid thread or a news article or something. But he is going to attempt to use his magic in order to see what's going on in that other room. Who is this patient? What's going on here? This seems completely bizarre for someone to not mention this the day prior.
All right. So you are going to try to sense a different location. So that would be a 2-dot correspondence. So give me
I
an
got 3 dots.
arete. First tell me, you're using your phone and you're pretending to flip through it. So, yeah, difficulty 5 arete.
I can do that. All right. Get to live stream what's happening over there.
Mhm.
Are we looking
Swear
for
to
the
God, if I find my operation on YouTube.
That's not the plan, but that's 2 successes.
Okay. You notice that you are seeing things through the vision of somebody else. You can see a clipboard in front of you and hands jotting down notes, and every once in a while looking up, and you can see a figure. And I would repeat the description, but I think I've been very thorough about that. And you see this
Very.
individual on the clipboard, and all of this is coming through on the phone. You can just see the video playing out on your phone of what's going on in the other room. And you can see the name on the clipboard is just Sugar. And as you continue to view this video feed, you can see the operator that you are viewing this perspective through. Their handwriting begins to change, and you can see them making notes about Daddy as it comes through.
Huh. Ethan just looks at his phone, looks up, looks at his phone, just goes, "Wow, he's into some real kinky shit, huh?"
Yeah, you now know why you wanted to keep it secret from everyone.
He's gonna flip off his phone, actually. Just go, "All right, well, I don't need to see much more of this." Well, look, his business is his business. Not exactly gonna be fucking with his fucking, so to speak. I don't know what he's doing over there. He can do whatever he wants. I'm just gonna be in this room. Now, what's that smell?
And I'm sure about this time Anthony would be arriving, since he was tasked with watching you.
Yes, and any leftover apple pie cookies will be delivered.
Hey, you got me some fritters. Thanks. And he just grabs one and immediately takes a bite out of it.
These are not fritters.
Yeah, close enough. They got apple in them. They got the crosshatchy thingies. They're probably fritters.
You got any bear claws?
You got any moon pies over here? I don't see the right brands over by the corner store. No. He says, I wasn't doing anything suspicious. Don't worry about me.
Okay, I wasn't until now.
And yeah, no,
I was
kinda,
assuming that you were being a normal house guest.
yeah, I kind of have that sort of effect on people. That said, so yeah. Hey, quick question here. So, while the doc's dealing with his patient, what exactly is going on with this whole box thing? Do we?
We will be figuring it out after the patient's gone.
So, what's the plan? Later this afternoon or something? We're kind of on a timetable. He taps at his watch.
Yes, we are on a timetable. However, that timetable was longer than apparently this appointment.
Well, I mean that's fair, but time is money, and I'm not exactly the richest man in the world.
Yes, but he has money, and this is making him that money. So yes, the time is his money.
Yeah, fair. All right. Metaphor broken. Success. There you go. But okay. So all we gotta do is just guard this box, sit over here, make sure nobody fucks with it, and then we're good to go.
Yeah, once the sanctum becomes available, we should be able to open it there.
Yeah, I
Unless
got
he wishes to bring it to market, which I highly doubt he's going to go for.
Oh fuck no! We're not bringing shit to her. Look, she already fucked with me enough on a fucking mortgage. I'm not exactly looking forward to talking to her about
true,
this.
but like part of our thing is that we think that this might blow up or curse us or something. Like you don't know what this could do.
Oh, in which case we should absolutely bring that over to her.
I was gonna say, like, if something bad's gonna happen, wouldn't you kind of want it to happen to her instead of us?
That's sort of fair. Do we have any other running theories about what's going on with the box? Yeah, we just found it in the middle of the fucking woods.
It's a box.
So, yeah.
I mean, for all we know, there could be a cat in there. It could be alive. It could be dead. I mean, I don't think it's big enough for a cat.
Man, some German motherfucker's gonna have a fit. But yeah, no. Got it. I guess we'll just sort of chill here then. I don't want to see what Nicholas is up to on the other side of the house. Believe me.
Yeah, I don't usually try to even think about what he does in surgery. So yeah, that's fair.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Double checking. His sanctum is across the house from us currently. We're away from it, correct?
Yeah, you're a little bit away from it.
Okay, but I'm saying we're not on the same wing as the sanctum.
Correct.
Okay. Just says, so hold on a second. You trying to tell me that he uses his sanctum for surgery? I mean, it's a big house, but dude's got a whole surgery center here? Where's all of his assistants? Don't doctors have that?
I mean, most doctors aren't as skilled as him.
Yeah, but you only got 2 sets of hands. Unless he's doing some sort of fusion to make it happen. I'm not sure how he's pulling that off. He pulled whatever he was off.
I'm not a medical expert, so I don't question it.
Yeah, fair enough. No, neither am I.
Like, he's good at what he does. People are happy with the work.
Yeah, I'm no sort of rocket surgeon. I can't exactly tell you what he's probably doing, but they don't need a lot else done. You know what I mean? Exactly. All right. So we're just out of character. We're just gonna hang here, basically.
Yeah, I've got no other plans because the only other thing that we could do, which would be extremely irresponsible, would be to just open up this box right here and now.
Yeah.
Ethan is so curious, but he also has no actual motivation to open the box right this second.
It's same. It's like
I want to cause problems on purpose.
My character
not.
My character senses are saying do it. My player senses are saying no.
My character
Well.
and player senses are both saying don't do it, but something in the back of my head's like, what if you did though?
I believe there's an experience point that gets out when you follow those voices.
The chaos.
The doing something that you as the player know was wrong, even though it's what your character would do.
I was gonna
That
say,
sort of
but
thing?
my nature
we've been
is
waiting so
rogue.
long. We went through so much to get this box.
And it's all shiny and has like a duck on it.
There's something important inside of it. Like we just need to get that important thing out.
To be clear, I am a rogue by nature. I could just do the roguey thing.
Could you look inside the box?
I could just take a peek.
I mean, like you have magic though for that.
Oh, you know. Yeah, thanks. I just realized that that's actually a great idea. Okay. Yeah. Nicholas, buddy, I've got a great idea.
Anthony.
You're gonna have to talk louder or use the intercom to get Nicholas.
Wrong one. Sorry, wrong person. I look at the first person in the die roll section and just instantly say the wrong name. Okay. Anthony, buddy, I've got a great idea. Just came to me in a dream. What if we just, opened up the box? Maybe just we'll open it a little bit.
I mean, we can't open it a little bit.
He thinks for a second, just goes. He whips out his phone again. He goes, I could probably take a peek inside. Give me a sec. Let me try to finagle something.
As long as we're not opening it, because like I don't want any curses that come out when you break the seal.
Yeah. I could work with that. All right, no seal's being broken. Just take a little look-see. Probably a good idea. Probably.
I mean, we got to know what we're getting into, right?
Yeah.
Made a terrible mistake leaving these two people alone together.
It's like, all right, Anthony, protect the box. Stop Ethan from opening the box. Ethan and Anthony start talking. We should open the box.
Okay, make sure the box doesn't open. Okay, we are not opening the box.
However,
following that rule.
You're doing the exact thing he said not to do and no more. And by that, I mean everything else except for that one thing. Okay, gonna go ahead with my correspondence sphere and attempt to take a little look-see inside of this thing. I would like to burn a willpower for an automatic success because I would like this to not go bad.
You don't also want to start getting more paradox?
I know. I would like to not. I have a lot.
So, just to make sure, and by the way, I've been messing with my sound settings while doing this, so if I sound awful to you, tell me.
You sound fine.
Okay. Because I was noticing a little bit of echo on my side, and I think I just have my headphones really loud at the end of the day here. So I was trying to... Yeah. I was trying to lower it, but now things sound quiet, but it looks like on OBS everything's still fine, so...
Yeah, how's that tinnitus feeling?
Yeah, right? But just to be clear, you are trying to look inside of the box.
Yes, without actually opening it.
Without opening it.
Ethan would like to use his phone, flip it over to macro imaging mode, and use that as a justification to look through this box.
Okay, go right ahead. Do an arete at difficulty 5 for me, and you will get an automatic success for burning a willpower.
Beautiful. Difficulty 5, you say?
Correct.
There'll be 3 total.
3 total successes. Well, your phone's video feed springs to life, and you can see a completely black screen.
He just kind of taps his phone a little bit. Just goes...
There's a little, when you tap the screen, a little video player UI pops up, and you can see there's like 3 seconds on it, 4 seconds, 5. It is a live feed coming from inside the box.
Hey, Anthony, I think the box is broken.
Why?
I can't see in it. I mean, I can see in it, but there's nothing in here. It's literally nothing.
I mean, it's going to be dark. There's no light.
Shit. Sort of thinks. He thinks. No, actually, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks for a moment and goes, let me do a little bit of fuckery here. And he looks around the room for the nearest lamp.
Mm-hmm.
And he thinks, okay. Let me try a little bit of a... And he stops for a second. Out of character, I'd like to ask,
Yeah.
if I'm using correspondence to move an object inside of another object, does it create a portal or other sort of thing that is easy to get through or otherwise look through? Or is it where I could just translocate a thing and go, boop, you're currently transmitting over there?
If you want to pierce space, you would need to do 3 dots, large enough for her to step through. So that's definitely big enough.
Yeah.
Let's see. Can you do it with 2?
Yes, I have 3.
I know you have 3, but I want to see what difficulty we
sure.
need to set this at. She can
Sure.
also thicken space to cover tracks. Such successes deducts 1 success from roll for someone trying to spy on them. Adding life or matter to rank 2, the mage can grasp small items or organisms and pull them through tiny holes in space. This lets her snatch business cards, guns, rabbits, and such from another location, apparently pulling them out of nowhere. So it seems like if you wanted to direct light into the box, you could probably do a correspondence to forces 2 and basically put light into the box that way.
Does Anthony have forces?
No, we need Gemma.
Damn it.
Let's go find Gemma.
Yeah, let's go figure out what Gemma is. I'm sure she's not doing anything extremely dangerous.
This way, we're still out of Nicholas's way.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
my God. Then there was no one else in the house. And now...
Yep.
Just wait until they come back and the house is transmorphed into a giant dildo or something.
Oh, God.
It's become a literal himbo den.
I mean, you know what you're doing. I don't have to worry about you over there, so it's good. It's fine.
Well.
Nicholas Bessette, more like Nicholas Dixette.
Oh.
Got him.
that nussy.
Oh,
Nick...
no.
All right.
That was worse than what I said, somehow. Oh, God.
So you guys are going to take the box with you and go find Gemma?
That's the plan.
All right.
Actually, I will correct myself. Ethan will ask Anthony, so do we leave the box over here? Because I could technically look at it from, like, wherever. I've been here.
Well, I mean, it's already not in the sanctum, so we should just keep it with us for safekeeping.
Yeah, I mean, hey, so some petty burglar could pop in and go, oh, cool, a box with a duck on it, and then grab it and leave.
I mean, yeah, and there's already a strange person in the house as well, so... We don't want them to just wander around, possibly, and find it.
Yeah, though, they're a very, very unique-looking individual. Got it. Don't think about it. Let's go find Gemma. She's probably doing something completely benign and not at all violent.
As she does.
Did we get her a cell phone?
Shit, she doesn't know how to use them.
No, I think the plan was to get her one at some point, but that has not happened.
We need to go to the nearest, like, corner shop and get her a prepaid plan.
Can you locate her?
Can I? Oh, I suppose, who does she know around here? She'd be either at the church, maybe the father guy. Is he still at home? You know, he was sick the other day, so, he was sick yesterday, today? I don't know, it's been time.
Yeah, I have no idea where she might go off to.
Let's see, Ethan thinks, oh yeah, Nicholas, probably put down his address or something somewhere. You went to go check on him the other day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Ethan's gonna just look around at any notes that are available, see if he can find any information on where the father's house is.
You wander into my private room where I keep that big board with the map and all the pins and the string wrapped around for the different serial killer victims.
Oh yeah, you have one of those things too? Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, they sell those at IKEA now. Everyone's got them.
It's probably got some sort of a bizarre name like Killenborden.
The murder Borskin.
Oh jeez.
Well, you don't see any specific notes on like where the father's location is in the Bessette residence. Not some information that he's got on hand?
Probably on my phone.
Ah, which you have. Damn it. Okay. All right, Anthony, you've been here longer than I have. Where the hell does the guy live?
I've never had to go to his house.
Damn it.
I might have been here longer than you, but I'm still kind of new myself. Although I'm sure we could ask some people that would know.
Yeah, might as well. You know, they'll probably recognize me. I was that one guy getting coffee over at the church, so you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what's that'll get us our end.
Yeah,
So-
I don't. But legitimately, they'll probably trust me.
So where do you guys head first?
Hmm.
Go to the McDonald's.
Oh God.
Ah, yes, the local watering hole, McDonald's.
Everyone's there.
Thinking like film noir music kicks in. Says like, I was down at the local dive, the Mickey D's, when
And
I
that's-
saw her.
And I knew trouble had found me.
'Cause I don't want to bring this box to the farmer's market.
I don't want to bring this thing to the McDonald's.
Well, I mean, in case it angers the dragon.
The dragon's in the house still, presumably.
Oh, that's true.
Unless it followed, Gemma out.
Mhm.
Yeah, it could followed her.
Or it's in the room with the box.
Yeah.
I don't know. Can't see it. I'm going to assume it must have gone back to its bed.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah.
Perfect.
That's how spirits work, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, they're like enemies in an MMO. They eventually get pulled back to their original spawn point. That's
Yeah.
how it totally works.
Yeah, they're aggro anchor point.
That actually might not be far off from the truth for a few things, if I'm not mistaken, but that's beside the point.
So let's go to McDonald's because we'll be able to talk to some people there. I'm sure there's some good people there that can help us.
Yeah, at the very least, we could probably ask him where Father Andrew lives, and
Well, that's what I was planning to do.
yeah, maybe we could pick up some fries on the way. Tamakul is probably going to be
I guess you could do that.
Mm-hmm.
no. I'm agreeing with him. Let's head that way.
All right. Can you both give me a perception, awareness or alertness check on your way out at difficulty 6? Whichever one you want to do, whichever's more. Either one would fit here.
Difficulty 6. Take a 3.
Perception. I'm gonna go with alertness.
Mhm.
'Cause I do not have awareness.
Nor do I somehow. Does anyone here have awareness?
I have
Difficulty
awareness.
6.
Yep, difficulty 6.
Very good.
All right.
Very nice.
Apparently, I am very perceptive today.
Holy
Ethan-
hell.
Ethan, you get the kind of tingle in the back of your head as you walk by the living room or the entryway, whatever we're calling the area where the cookies were being eaten, and you notice that there is like a pile of ash on the plate where the cookies had been. And Anthony, you just straight up see it.
Oh,
You don't get that sort of feeling that something magic has happened. You just literally walk into the room and see your plate of cookies has become a pile of ash.
okay. I know where the dragon is. Found it.
Nice.
Although that itself means it's scary because it's going to go with us.
Alrighty. Guess we just don't go to the bank and bother. Yeah, no, we'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Yeah,
It'll
it'll
be
be fine. That there's nothing wrong with what we're doing here today.
Well, then let's switch gears as you guys make your way over to the McDonald's. I'm assuming you're taking one of the Bessette mobiles.
Yeah, I know where the keys are.
Okay. Let's head back over to where Gemma is. You're leaving Father Andrew's house, and where are you heading off to?
I am going to head to the church.
Not
since
the
apparently-
McDonald's?
Why would I go to McDonald's? Since apparently there is no firing range in town. I'll be waiting until Father Andrews gets back to me about the park ranger. So I'm going to go back to the church, and I'm going to go on my training arc.
All right.
Ooh.
Well, then let's see. Explain to us how you're going to prepare for your training arc. You're going to be opening up your mind and your soul to the possibility of becoming a more powerful will worker. What does Gemma do to prepare for this?
So, as far as I'm aware, I don't actually have enough for Arete, which was my mistake. Apparently, I need like 24 in order to get another point in Arete.
That sounds about right.
Instead, I'm going to be working on Avatar for those.
Okay.
Just to specify.
Let me...
And
Go ahead. Keep going. Sorry.
at the same time, I'd like to actually submit my specialization for martial arts.
Go ahead. What is it going to be?
It is going to be Aikido, which is a spiritual martial art that is based on redirecting, joint locking, as well as freaking throwing people.
All right. Sounds good. Joint
think
locking, throwing people, and what else?
Redirecting blows. So the idea is, like, instead of just blocking something, you push it away.
Got you.
Which she's also done.
Understandable. I think that makes sense to me. Go ahead and put it in there.
Okay. I just write it in.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? Okay. Aikido.
All right. And then your current avatar, if I remember, was like 3?
Correct. From what I understand, it is 18 points to upgrade it right now.
Yeah,
Because
3
it's 6 times the current
times the
amount.
background. Yeah. So, let's see. Currently, a discernible entity that lets you absorb or expand your quintessence. The next step up would be a potent spirit that lets you absorb or expand 4 points of quintessence.
Yes.
So,
I'm very excited about it.
your avatar is your being that acts through you in the supernal realm. And we all know that your divine tree is basically the guidance that you get through your magic. It seems to show up in everything that you do. So,
That's right.
tell us how you prepare to more connect with this avatar.
I close my eyes and I start going through some martial arts forms, using it to kind of get in touch with myself. And as I do, I start reciting to myself, I am a child of God. His power is divine and supreme.
And where are you doing this, by the way?
I'll be doing it outside of the church, like right by the fountain.
By the fountain, okay.
Yeah, this seems like a nice place.
Yep, just ready and moist.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Continue.
I am a slice of his divinity. I and myself am divine. Within me are 8 emanations of divine power. 1 remains in the earth below me. The last is for God alone. And I'll just cycle through that.
Okay. As you continue your movements and your gestures, and you perform your martial arts movements, you begin to draw into a meditative state. The world seems to fall away, and you're left repeating this little hymn to yourself. Hymns and mantras.
Yeah.
And in front of you, first you notice that you are sort of in a blank realm. Your eyes are closed, you're focused on the words that you're repeating and really resonating with them, but piercing through the darkness, almost as plain as with your normal sight, you see a little sprout pop out of the ground. Well, where the ground would be. Little bit of dirt pushes aside, and it begins to coil upwards, reaching towards where the sky would be. And little branches begin to pull away and tug from the main stem, and before long it's blossoming out into a little bushel of yellow golden leaves. Do you continue?
I do continue.
The tree grows larger, and each time you mention that you are a slice of divinity, the branches grow thicker. And each time you rotate through the 8 pinnacle parts of your belief structure, the trunk of the tree grows that much thicker as well. The leaves grow larger and glisten brighter, and it's not long before maybe 6 or 7 recitations that you see before you the full divine tree. And out from it, little blades of grass begin to grow, and outstretching from the leaves, the blue hue of the sky begins to clear through the darkness. And as this meditative state in your mind begins to take picture, you realize that you're in an open field with just you and the tree. Outstretching beyond the horizon, an endless sea of tall, wavy grass, and the tree stands towering above it all. And your feet, though you were performing the movements, now are rooted to the ground. You can see even the webbed toes that you held have now dug themselves into the ground, and you can feel your own roots splayed out through the dirt. You can feel the cool soil beneath. You can absorb the radiant light of the sun that's now shining on you. And a little glimmer of light catches your eye as you notice that your hair has become golden as well. And it shimmers as the breeze pushes it in front of you. You can see that it's not hair anymore, but these vines that have that golden shimmery light. And in this moment, you realize that your hands have become wooden. Your entire body is that of the bark of the tree that stands in front of you. And you cannot move your feet. They're rooted to the ground. It's calm. It's pleasant.
It is.
But it's not intruding. It allows you to just keep doing what you're doing.
I am an extension of the divine, and I am an aspect of it, a part of a whole, yet an individual. Whew, I almost tripped.
The tree is not animated in any way. It doesn't have a face, it doesn't speak, but you can feel your roots and its roots intertwine beneath the ground. Distinctly, you know that's what that feeling is. And as they connect and they seem to coil around each other deep beneath the surface, you have an urge, and accompanying that urge is a root that comes up out of the ground, and it reaches into your habit and draws from it the book. And the urge you had felt was to pull it out, but almost simultaneously, with the same control you would have over your own arm or legs, you control this root as it grasps the book and holds it out in front of you, between you and the tree.
See, I look into the book.
The book's pages flap open. The breeze blows as the pages flap away. And it opens to the very center of the book before the wind dies down. And you can see the roots of the tree coil around it. And then, with some of them still inside, it slams it shut and completely encapsulates it. And as the roots cover the book entirely, little branches begin to poke off of that. And you can see a different kind of leaf form, one that's drastically different from the ones that had been seen on the tree and on yourself. These leaves have a dark color to them, a purplish color. Very, very dark purple, though, midnight, like the last bit of dusk before nightfall. And they become like weeping willow vines as they grow off of the book. And this plant before you begins to separate. You can feel your own control over the root and the shared sense you have with the divine tree as the plant separates from your roots and begins to grow out on its own. You can feel beneath the soil the presence of these roots growing, but unlike the great divine tree, you don't share the feeling of those roots. The root that had grown out and held aloft the book begins to get thicker and grow on its own. And the book, where it's encapsulated in where the roots were, becomes its own tree, thick, and it rises out of the ground and out of arm's reach. And the book is far away from you now, but this weeping willow extends, and despite that dark color of the leaves, it is a beautiful tree, and it begins to cover you in its soft but very dark purple leaves. And with the light wind blow, they rustle against you, and you can feel those little branches reach out and caress your face as the wind pushes them into you.
Feels nice. Comforting in a way.
Now, standing before you is one large tree, almost like an oak, with its golden leaves shimmering in the sunlight. And then next to it is this large weeping willow with its almost like an umbrella around you, its purple curtains hanging down, draping around you, giving you protection, shading you from the sun. And then you feel as if both trees try to speak to you simultaneously. It's not in words, nor is it even in pictures in the way that Tamakul would talk to you, but you feel as if both of them are asking for your devotion. And you're left with a choice. Do you go with the large, golden, shimmering oak, or the purple, shielding, encapsulating willow?
I'm uncertain how I can really choose one or the other, but I feel I have to now. I
Tell us what you're thinking. As I take water. Thank you, Scuzzy.
I'm thinking that the golden oak has always been there for me. It is my divine tree. The one that has been there ever since I have awakened to these gifts. And probably there longer than that. However, the willows of the book, my closest connection, and the remnant of the person that was closest to me.
Also, the willow dips in water a lot, so, you know.
Just you. It's almost feels like a choice between myself or another. My will or their will. And there's a part of me that feels that there's no reason these have to be mutually exclusive. However, I get the feeling that neither would be satisfied with that answer. There has to be one. Am I accurate with that?
Upon feeling this, the golden oak dips its branch down, and it peels away some of the branches that this large purple willow is surrounding you in, sheds some of the light that's been shading in, and you can feel the warm sunlight as it grows close to you. And you can feel it wrap around one of your left hand. At the same time, the large purple willow coils a few of its vines together, and then too grabs your hand, your right hand, and coils around it, both of them giving you a comforting, soft grip, but you can feel that they are tugging you in two different directions. The warmth of the golden blades, the leaves, leaves a bit of residue on your arms, that shimmering, glittering color that you've grown accustomed to. The willow leaves a purple tint to your arm. It's wet, and it bleeds down your arm to your fingertips and drips little drops onto the ground. Above you in the sky, the sun begins to be obscured by clouds, and you can hear the faint rumble of thunder on the horizon. As the rain begins to trickle in, the willow's branches protects you from the rain, but it seems as if the divine tree wants to spread those branches apart and bring the rain in. Again, you feel a tug in both directions. Each tree pulling you apart.
I want the shelter of the purple tree. That familiar comfort.
The purple tree tugs at you, and you feel your grip on the left hand loosen. The golden blades drop from the branches. They fall to the ground and dissipate. The branch lurches away, and the curtain of the willow folds back in, and it surrounds you. Though a drop or two of rain does still pitter through, the rain is mostly kept outside. The ground at your feet have remained dry. The tree, the great golden tree, begins to fade from sight. The branches of the willow grow thicker and more numerous, and you can feel the roots beneath the ground to shift. The ones that had before been foreign and separate from you, you can now find new ties to. You can feel yourself resonating with the willow. The divine tree, it's now separated from you. A hollowness of something that was once there, that was strongly a part of you, now falls away. But in its place, you now find a new comfort, a shelter. Whereas before, the divine tree that was golden was one of freedom and absolute sensation of everything around you, has now been replaced with something that's more sheltering, that's more able to give direction. And you can feel the branches come up to your neck and then lift your chin up, back towards the center of this great willow. And you can see the branches clasping the book out from the center, and then holds it in front of you. You can see now the leather binding on it has a new color to it. It's now a bit more of a maroon color, whereas before it was leather brown and brown. It has sort of a reddish tint to it. And inside the pages, you can see that the words themselves are just as clear as day as they were before. Everything seems fine, but as the pages flip, you can now see that you get the sense that there's love coming from the book, and that it's from the person that you care about.
Close the book and I hold it close to me, hugging it.
When you do, the hair that had been golden in front of you falls away. The vines themselves just retch out of your head, and the bark that made up your body begins to chip and crust. And as it flakes away, you can see your original body there. Your hair returns, and the scenery that you are staring at begins to also crumble and crack away as you once again find yourself standing in front of the fountain, holding the book in front of you. It once again looks the same as it did before this meditation journey. However, you're now overcome with a sense of I'm not sure what best word to describe it, but that companionship of not being alone. Despite being the only person around, you feel like someone's holding your hand, that they're there with you.
I take a moment to hold on to this feeling. A little afraid to let it go.
At this point, the clouds above the church are also starting to get dark, and the sun hides away behind them. And you can get the feeling of a light breeze as the first little sprinkles of rain trickle down on you.
I suppose with that I should get inside. I don't want to get rained on.
As you turn to leave, you feel your feet stuck to the ground.
I look back down. Am I still rooted?
Just as you do, your feet fully form back into their normal shape. You could see just the last moments as the roots retreated from the ground. You can even see where the soil had parted there. And even the webbing that had been there seems to be removed entirely. Your pattern restored to its original shape. And despite feeling like a loss of senses, seeing as an entire portion of your body has receded back out of the ground, and obviously the little bit of discombobulation that would come with that, you're now fully back in control of yourself. And you can see that your shoes have been sitting beside you this whole time.
Oh. Let me go ahead and flip those on and... I'm now starting to wonder how much of that was in my head and how much was real. But... with that, I'll head on inside. Again, I don't want to be rained on.
Yeah. And once you go inside, what do you do then, Gemma?
Oh, after that, I don't know. I guess I'll go to the library and start researching something.
All right.
I'll just
As
do
you
some nice reading.
as you pass through the entryway, you would have to go through the little sanctuary where the Congress meets, or the Congression, whatever, where the people come to praise. You feel as if the embrace of God is not as strong with you anymore. It almost is like the Jesus hanging up on the cross at the top is turned away from you. But perhaps it's just a feeling.
Let's see.
Now, Nicholas!
Fallen Angel Gemma.
Nicholas, it's time for the operation. You got a lot of work to do.
It's time.
There's a lot of women here, and we need to reduce that down.
Need to make her a real girl.
I'm a real girl.
A real doll.
Mm-hmm. So tell us how what we're gonna be doing here. How's this operation gonna go?
Well, I mean, obviously, I, as a famous super surgeon, could tell you exactly how these sort of things work and the like, but it'd be too complex, and I wouldn't want to bore the audience with, multi-syllabic words that most of them wouldn't know. So, I'm gonna get, I have everything laid out in the operating room. My tools are all nicely sterilized and cleaned, laid out.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to, sedate her, because can't do surgery on an awake patient. It doesn't work right.
Well,
Very bad.
Unless it's brain surgery.
I mean, sure.
Are you going to be doing brain surgery?
We'll see.
All right.
I don't have 3 dots in mind, so probably not. But, yeah, we'll sedate her, get her all prepped and ready, have my tools, scalpels, syringes, forceps, extra bags of, blood of the blood type that I'm sure I got from her when I asked her all those questions, and everything else I need.
Okay. In that case, then, my bigger point here is, are you going to be doing any magic to help you?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I said, I was preparing my tools and instruments before, because this is how I do life magic.
Yeah.
Through actual surgery and medicine.
Just making sure.
Yeah. well, I really want to get that point of experience at the end here. I feel like I'm going to need it.
I see. Well, the preparations.
Yeah, I'm totally not stalling so I don't get like another fucking crit fail Arete roll or something.
Well, this is going to be your life magic then?
Yeah. Definitely.
And
This is gonna be a whole long-term ritual as well, because that's how a surgery should work. Considering
True.
I have to look into the body. I've got to alter things as I go along, and I also wanted to get a general sense of her health and whether or not she's real.
Mm-hmm. So, first then, are you going to be doing a sense life effect, and then after that do the, like, manipulate her body kind of thing?
Yeah. Step 1, be able to see the body through my magical vision and everything. Then step 2 is, along with my medical checks, altering the body. Doing it mostly physically where I can, and then using magic to, make it more perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Make it fit the vision and heal up better than you could normally. So I assume I should start with an Arete and a medicine check.
Yeah, what we're going to do there is, let's first do your intelligence medicine at difficulty 7.
Alright. Intelligence. Medicine. Medicine. There's medicine. There we go. Frankensteiner. Oh my god, seriously?
Wow. Would have been a lot if it had been 6.
Yeah, I do still got the 10 for my my specialty on medicine.
Alright. And now give us the Arete at difficulty 4.
Christ. Game. Making me pay for getting every single perception check every time.
Alright. So, after examining her body and on the operation table,
After examining her body,
you can tell that it's very inhuman how proportioned she is. Even with surgery, it would be difficult to end up this way. She must have one hell of a set of genetics to end up like this. But once your medical life vision kicks in, you can tell that there is something off about her pattern. Inextricably, her pattern is fused with magic. Not like when you see an enchanted book or anything like that you've come to witness over the past couple weeks. When you saw someone before using your life sight, they would shine as a little star in the night sky. Hers is dim. She still has a bit of brightness to her, as if her soul is faintly glowing. But you can also see that it is built on a structure of those little prime vectors. Her pattern isn't entirely life, as you would expect with any non-mage. It seems to be at least enhanced by some primal force.
okay. So, more than someone like used magic to enhance her assets, let's say.
Yeah. That'd be a reasonable takeaway from that.
So she's had magical surgery before. And whoever did it was shit at their job.
Well, now,
Probably.
Doctor, what do you do?
Amateurist bullshit. Well, have to move to the next stage then of actually altering things now that I've got a good idea of what's going on.
Mm-hmm. All right, so she had a couple things she needed to get done. She needed to get a mastectomy of sorts and a glutesectomy, or whatever you would call that. And however you determined to have juicy yet less juicy lips.
I mean, I've got to make her body actually work for being human.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the ability to grasp things and function in society.
So where are we starting?
Oh, might as well start at the legs and work my way up.
All right. Then go ahead and give me a dexterity medicine check at difficulty 8.
Own those thighs up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, son of a bitch.
Well, as you...
Difficulty 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna fuck it. I'm gonna have to probably use an Arete roll to help with that.
You need to reduce her size, and so, as with any sort of, whatever they call it, liposuction, where you just kind of remove some of the fat layers in there, you notice that her anatomy is a little bit off. You're suddenly hitting a part of her nervous system that shouldn't be there in the fat, and you, despite having her under, you can hear in her passed out state moaning in pain, and her leg begins to shake as the process of deflating her enormous ass and legs continues.
Well, that's not supposed to be there. What fucking hack puts extra nerves on... What the fuck is going on here? I'm gonna have to put a... What's that? If it's a bar complaint, but...
Yeah. Some kind of ethics committee, I'm sure.
I know. They were probably just trying to make her extra sensitive, and that means just throw nerves everywhere. Of course. Well, what's the next? Is it more rolls? Is it magic to fix that up since that's didn't work regularly?
Yes, you had to stop the process because you ran into this hiccup. So if you're going to continue further, it's going to be a little bit more difficult, but you could also try to fix this problem with magic.
Oh, before I start doing that, let's move to other areas to make sure this isn't a problem throughout the rest of her body too.
All right.
I can't just start one thing now that I found that her body is not completely, but partially non-human? I don't know, non-conformist?
Well, I am no medical professional myself, but I feel like when you've got a part of a patient splayed open, that you should probably finish with that before moving to the next one. Otherwise, you may introduce the possibility of extra complications there.
That's fair. All right.
Especially if something emergency-like happens and you need to stop gushing or something.
What's the difficulty gonna be?
Well, without any introduction of magic, it would be another dexterity medicine check.
Oh, it was a magic check for this one.
Oh, the magic. Well, that would be a life sphere 3, so you're looking at an Arete difficulty 6 with no other adjustments in place.
Okay. Got 2 successes there. Fix this up.
All right. So
rearrange her nervous system, I guess.
Yes. Once becoming aware of the discrepancy in her anatomy to what would be expected for someone of her shape and size. You're able to control the little fibers and the protein chains and amino acids that make up her body and reconstruct them into a shape and form that makes more sense to you. And as you do, the little tremor that had been traveling through the leg subsides, and her involuntary noises along with it. And you feel a slight bit of elation as you know this is exactly what Daddy wanted.
Of course. I mean, yes, sir.
Good boy. Now,
All right.
you've cleared that up. Her bottom seems to be more properly proportioned now. She's still got quite a bit of an hourglass form. Her thighs are wide and her waist is slim, but it doesn't look like she is Photoshop in real life in that regard anymore.
Gotcha. All right, let's move up to the upper section then.
So now she needs to be reduced down, and that's going to be pretty difficult, but no more difficult than those legs were. So let's go ahead and do
Try
a
that
dexterity medicine at difficulty 8.
Oh, good. Not a crit failure. God damn.
With
Fucking sevens.
with the anticipation that you could run into the same problem, you better steel yourself against similar mishaps with digging around in her memories.
I do luckily keep getting 10s to help with my specialties.
Mm-hmm.
They're just not when I crit fail, those jerks.
After...
I really have to pick my intelligence specialty too.
Yeah, that would probably help you.
Probably like human anatomy or something.
That
I don't
would
know exactly.
That would make a lot of sense. Anyway, the breast reduction goes pretty much to plan. There was a little bit of a slip up in that you forgot to empty the lipo machine before starting the next round, so there was a little bit
So much more than I expected.
Yes, again, she has heaping helpings of hefty memories. So,
all right. Well, since it's obviously what Daddy would want, I'm going to perfect this with another magic check.
oh,
After
absolutely.
I've done what I could.
We have to make sure that this is Daddy approved.
Of course.
Go ahead. Oh, I won. There
Yep.
we go. Well, you make sure that in the process of this reduction that she's given a more natural bounce to her chest.
Mm-hmm.
And the scars of opening it up all but disappear. They're very, very difficult to tell that even anything has been done on her. So excellent job there, Doctor. Daddy would
Minus
be
the
proud.
fact that a before and after would look like a cartoon character to a person.
Exactly. Precisely.
All right. And for the final step, we'll have to fix her face.
Mm-hmm.
And possibly trim her nails, but who knows about that one.
At this point, I would like you to give me a willpower check at difficulty 7.
Oh no. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Fucking will.
You
I don't start gnawing on her?
No. You don't start gnawing on her. However, the preparations for the lips, you've cleaned the rest of the body, thighs good, butt's good, breasts good. We're on to the lips now. I would like you to make that dexterity medicine check at difficulty 8 again for me.
All right. All right.
Very well
Getting
done,
better
Doctor.
every time.
Started off high drama.
Now that I've figured out that her body was a mess of Frankensteinian proportions, inside and out.
Mm-hmm. Well, The lip reduction goes about as well as you can plan. Still bit of plumpness to them and moistness, but less cartoonishly so. And with that, the operation is a success. And in your heart of hearts, you know that Daddy would be proud of you.
Now, if only Daddy would write the check.
Well, it's now time for the outpatient procedure. I'm sure after whatever you do as an anesthesiologist to wake somebody up, and then you need to
I think
double
that's a lot of time and
double checking, make sure that their pupils dilate, and etc., etc. We'll skip all of that wonderful bit of medical knowledge that eludes me.
And I'll be, I'm sure, shocked to find that my dear friend who was supposed to have stuff ready for her recovery is not at all there with fresh baked goods and stuff to make sure her blood sugar stays up after, losing blood to surgery.
Yes, you would have found that after operation, your cohorts were not around as she rouses from her sleep. Daddy, are you there, Daddy?
I'm just really trying not to repeat her words. Or have her mistake me for Daddy, because I don't want that. Miss Sugar, are you feeling all right?
I'm feeling. Yes, I love it. Oh, are you Jesus? Are you God?
No, Miss Sugar. This is Dr. Bessette.
It's not unusual for people coming out of anesthesia to be behaving in this sort of way. You're used to it. However, give me another willpower roll at difficulty 7.
Of course. I think this one requires 2 exclamation marks and 2 question marks. You said 7?
Yes.
Oh, there's the failure.
Well,
not the negatives, but there's a failure.
When she calls out for Daddy, you also feel the pain of wanting to have Daddy here for you. And you have the compulsion to pick up her phone and see if you can find a way to call Daddy on it.
Oh, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Jeez. I should definitely let the person know who was paying for all of this, that how the patient is doing, and it would help her mental state, obviously, to hear his voice. So here's Sugar. I'll get Daddy on the phone for you. I'll show her. I'll see if I can get onto the phone. If not, have her use like her thumbprint or whatever it is to get in.
Oh yeah,
obviously that's something she wants.
It's really easy. She's real easy to get to do what you want her to for Daddy's sake. And you operate on the same wavelength, because as soon as she puts her little finger on there,
Nicholas isn't any sort of creep to take advantage of someone so easily manipulable.
And you can see that there's only one contact in her contacts list, and it's
of
Daddy
course.
with the little lips emoji at the end of it.
Well, I will obviously give him a call and put him on speakerphone, because Sugar would want to hear.
Well, it rings and rings and rings, and eventually a tick sound of the call being connected, and you can see that the screen moves to little indicators at the bottom and a picture of a default Google profile picture in the middle there under the label Daddy. And he says, "Is that you, Sugar?"
Ah, this is Daddy, I presume? This is Dr. Bessette.
At that sound, Sugar tries to grab the phone out of your hands.
Oh, does she? Well, she's under anesthesia, and I doubt she's going to make that grab.
Then make
But-
a dexterity athletics
Sure, I can do that.
at
That's a
difficulty
thing I have.
6.
6? Against
Yeah.
someone with 4-foot-long fingernails and just came out of surgery.
Well, it's a 6 because you're rolling against her.
Oh, gotcha. Like, come now.
Yeah.
That is 2, but 2 10s as well.
Okay. She goes to swipe it out of your hands, but she can barely raise her arm up. You can see her pink clawed hand grasp at it. Daddy, Daddy, she moans out. Sugar is fine, right?
She's just coming down out of anesthesia, but she was very insistent that she talk to you.
My
And
little
it's
girl.
best for the mental health that, while she's so sedated that nothing, disturbs her mental well-being. So I thought I'd give you a call.
And you made that call from her phone?
She wasn't in the ability to give me your number, though she's the only one that touched the phone.
Well,
Would you like me to put this to a video call so you may see her? Are you doing all right?
absolutely.
All right. Then I will do that.
And you flip on the video, and it first shows your face in the viewfinder, and then you turn it and point it to her. And you can hear him say, "Oh, yeah, that's exactly what we were looking for. Oh, marvelous. Great work. Gregory knew what he was talking about."
You are happy with how it turned out. She's doing quite well. There was a little complications in surgery. It seems whoever you had do her last one quite botched it up.
We aren't going to speak of that. But that is excellent work. I'll make sure to immediately get that payment information to you. I am extremely happy with the work you've done. Again, Gregory's son, I do compliment you on your handicraft. You obviously are well worth it.
Well, I greatly appreciate that. Now, if you could let her know that everything will be fine and you'll be seeing her soon so she can rest and recover.
Yes, let me talk to her, please.
I'll hand the phone over to her now.
Daddy. Yes, my sweet little baby. Oh, you're looking gorgeous now. Anything for you, Daddy. I love you, Daddy. And that basically repeats for a little while of her just gushing about how she loves Daddy.
Mm-hmm. Obviously.
Thanks, Kiana. Anyway, so after that heartwarming conversation between them, she is getting back into a more lucid state, and she's able to stand on her own new, lighter 2 feet and make her way.
I mean, I'm definitely not going to let her get up yet. She needs to rest some. Did she come with a driver?
She had a taxi.
She had a taxi. All right. She just got out of major surgery. She's not going to be driving herself anywhere.
But I gotta go to Daddy.
Oh, don't worry. I will arrange for a ride for you so you can get there safely and quickly. Why don't you just rest, and I'll see if there's any more of those cookies or anything for you. You need to keep your blood sugar up after a surgery.
But Daddy... Oh.
Yes. Daddy would not want you to be hurt on the way there, would he?
I guess so.
So just rest. I will be right back, and I'm gonna make sure she's down,
Mm-hmm.
and then head off, make some calls, find out that Anthony isn't there, and make more calls.
Well, as you exit out of the room and you head back towards the waiting area where the cookies have been kept, you hear a knock at the door.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Hello?
Wait. Do I know that voice?
The voice
not-
is unfamiliar to you.
Damn, it's not Daddy, I catch myself thinking. And then shake my head, because obviously it wouldn't be. And then I go to the door, and
You-
I'll answer it, because I'm a peasant and don't even have my one friend here to help out where he's supposed to be.
Well, you open the door to see a man standing there in a trench coat and a little camera in his hand, and right as you open the door, he goes, "Ah, you must be the big man himself, Mr. Bessette of the Bessette family."
Alright, this guy is a 50s journalist or gangster, and I'm not having that. You are the paparazzi, aren't you?
And he takes a flash with his camera right in your face. "Right-o, good sir, and they do say you had big brains to start with. I see that comes through right away. Well then, may I see myself inside? I want to get the big scoop on the big man himself."
And I shut the door.
He has his foot in the doorway.
Well, then he's going to take bashing damage, isn't he?
Let's
There's
see.
no way I'm letting someone come in and harass a patient of mine who's coming out of anesthesia.
Now,
Not happening.
let's not be too hasty here, boy. I gotta get a big scoop for the big story. I'm gonna be talking about the revitalization of Pleasant Valley. I already see you have celebrity guests coming in. You gotta let me know about it.
Let's make a deal. I have a patient currently. If you come back on, let's see, what time is it? I'll pull out my
It's like
phone.
afternoon, like 4-ish, let's say.
4-ish. If
Yeah.
you come back at 4 o'clock tomorrow, I will give you an interview. But I really must take care of this first. I'm sure you wouldn't want, any sort of illicit controversy overshadowing your story, and having photographs happen of a patient in my care would cause quite some problems if they got out.
Oh, I absolutely understand that, but I'm sorry. I need to get this big scoop today. I need you to make a strength athletics check to hold the door shut. If you are
God
holding
damn
the
it.
door shut. At
Only
difficulty
I had
6.
somebody here who was helpful with that sort of thing. Let's just call this action. God damn it, Anthony.
Oh.
Curses my inability to do things with my 2 strength.
If it makes you feel any better, I've only got strength 1, so I would not have helped with this.
I mean, you also have a cleaver, and you're the charisma guy.
You've
You could have
got
talked him
weapons
out
in
of
your
it.
kitchen.
We're both charisma guys. We could have both collectively charisma at him until we stopped.
You could
Well,
have let me
So
stayed and I
you've
could
got
throw 'em
knives
out.
at your disposal in your kitchen.
yeah.
Hmm.
Well, regardless, the stranger at the
Let me
door,
guess, he has more than 2 strength?
yeah, he overpowers you a bit, and he's able to push the door open and wedge his arm inside and get his head through with his little trilby poking through. Now, let me in. Don't make this harder than it needs to be.
Are you breaking and entering into my house?
Well, it doesn't have to be breaking if you just let me in.
Man, if only I had the sheriff on speed dial on my phone, like I definitely do. Well, I will suddenly step back as he pushes hard.
uh,
As a dexterity check, I'm assuming.
hold on.
So I don't have to use strength.
He stumbles forward a little bit, but then catches himself before hitting the ground. Now. There, let's not make this any more difficult than it needs to be, right? Nikki, right?
Nicholas Bessette. Dr. Bessette, in fact, if you were writing a story.
Oh, Dr. Bessette, yes, that's definitely a more weighty title to it. Now. I have a very important question for you, one that's going to make headlines everywhere. And he reaches behind him and closes the door shut, looks you in the eyes and says, Can you tell me about someone I'm looking into? His name's Lorenzo. Now let's go to Anthony and Ethan.
Man, it's going to be a real shame when this person winds up missing in the woods next to a bear.
Oh boy. Oh god.
I heard you, Crane. You said looked in the eye, right?
Yeah, he looked Nicholas right in the eye and said, Tell me about Lorenzo.
Man, I'm not going to have to make 17 more willpower checks or something, am I?
You might.
Fucking vampire gangster.
Hope not.
Oh god.
Yes, he did say that name.
Yeah. Yep. Well, Lorenzo, it's a good thing you're not here, right?
Exactly.
Mhm.
See, this is a point where the fact that you actually don't know where I am is a very good thing.
Well, have fun with your part of the story.
Yeah, Ethan, Anthony, you guys made your way to McDonald's, and you would know that Gemma is not there.
Yeah, right.
Or, whatever else it was going to be doing at the McDonald's.
Really,
Well,
I just figured it's like a local watering hole that there's someone I could talk to here that goes to the church who might know where Father Andrews is.
That was kind of the logic, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there's people hanging out there, and if you want to get the whereabouts of Father Andrews, why don't you guys do a... I'm trying to get information. I feel like that's kind of like an investigation, but at the same time it's with people, so I feel like that's a charisma thing. Maybe charisma investigation then?
That's right.
At difficulty 6.
Should we both be rolling that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why the hell not? Alright.
Don't know which one of us could botch, or both.
Oh, we'll both botch. Watch it happen.
I hope not. I did not. 4 successes on 4 dice.
And 3 successes on 6 dice. You are getting lucky today. What the hell?
Well,
Isn't that the second time you've done this today?
Yes.
as
Wow.
it turns out, there's you talk to the people at the front register. It's one of the teenage kids that work there. Yeah. Oh yeah, Father Andrew stops in all the time. My mom knows where he is. He's always over in the we see his truck outside his house, and he tells you where to find him. Just straight away. As dumb teenagers would do, not knowing about confidentiality and not just giving away information to people.
Oh, thank you so much. In fact, give me a large fry. I feel like being...
Oh yeah, right away, sir. That's gonna be $1.35.
Yeah, no, not a problem. Here you go.
The same thing in downtown would be about like what about $6? Goddamn.
Yeah, sometimes it's nice to get out of the city.
Well, and moments later, your delicious McDonald's I'm loving it large fries come out. Looks like a fresh batch.
Thank you.
Sponsor me, McDonald's, please. Give me money.
I will take them to the car. I'm assuming Ethan is riding shotgun.
Mhm.
So I will set them on the back seat. Thinking the
Right.
dragon might be with us. Maybe. And, yeah, let's go to that address.
All right,
Just imagine-
you head on over to Father Andrew's house. By this time, Gemma had already left it behind, but you see his truck out front. Do you make your way inside, or to the door at least?
Yeah, we'll have to in order to know that she's not actually there because she doesn't drive. So yeah, let's knock on the door.
Oh,
Knock, knock, knock.
Actually, I would check the fries to see if they were disintegrated.
I say Ethan just like holds up the fries and watches one by one, and they just go boop, boop.
No, the French fries are not disintegrating in your hand, if that is what you're asking.
Mhm.
Nor during the trip or now that you're at Father Andrew's either. However, he does come to the door and he goes, Anthony, and oh yeah, Ethan, what are you here for?
We're sort of here to see if our friend Gemma's stopped by. We sort of got separated. We're trying to locate her.
Oh, and of
Oh.
course, I also wanted to check up on you as well. Heard you weren't feeling well.
Oh no, yeah, no, we're not that straight to the point. I swear.
Well, thank you, lads. I really appreciate you stopping by. It's nice to have visitors, but yes, Gemma was here not but a couple hours ago. She already headed out. She didn't say where she was going, but well, she did seem to have a lot on her mind. Are you guys also here to ask me questions?
Just checking on your health, and of course, trying to also reach Gemma, and thought she would be here trying to help and take care of you as well. So,
Where's the
seemed
box
like-
right now?
I wouldn't be holding it while driving. So that is a good question that I would not answer.
If you're not holding on to it, Ethan's probably holding on to it.
All right. Like,
If we're not leaving it in the car.
you did not leave it in the car.
That would be
So
a terrible decision.
Father Andrews looks down at you holding the box and he goes, "Oh, is that the one that Gemma told me about? You guys pulled that from the place in the woods?"
Oh, you know about that? Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, can I see it?
He
I mean,
looks over at Anthony for guidance.
but we are not opening it under any circumstance.
Yeah, no. We've explicitly been told to not open the box.
Not opening the box. Okay. Well, that's the whole point of a box, is to have it open and close, but I'll trust you. I trust her and she trusts you, so I'll trust you. And he sits down in his chair and looks at it. And he takes
Don't show him it. Yeah.
He takes a sip of his tea and then sits it back down on the table. And as he does, the little latch that's holding it shut flicks open. I didn't mean to touch it. And he puts his hand on the top. Here, and holds it back up to you all.
I'll take it and latch it.
Oh, I swear, I didn't touch anything on it, I promise. I didn't mean to break it if that's what you were worried about.
I believe you, Father. I mean, I know you would never lie.
Oh,
So I fully believe you.
well, that scared me. It's almost like it was motorized or something. It popped right up. Oh,
That is very interesting, though.
you think it was the way I held it?
Hey, Ethan's gonna roll. What's the equivalent of a sense motive on somebody?
a perception. Obviously, it'd be perception something here. I guess if you thought he was lying, it would be subterfuge. Well, no,
Empathy?
that's to make it. Yeah,
Oh,
empathy.
Empathy. Yeah.
Or
Empathy
maybe. Yeah, let's go with empathy. Perception, empathy at difficulty
do that.
6.
I could do that. That'll be a 1. Not ideal.
Okay. Well, listening to him, it sounds like he's being honest. And he just held it, sat down, had his little sip, and then it popped open.
Just kind of popped up.
Yep.
Shoot, okay. Concerning. Alrighty, well, I'm pretty certain you didn't break the box. We're just gonna have to figure out why that happened. Let's just keep that thing latched.
Yeah, what, if you don't mind me asking, what is this about? Gemma was also very reserved about the box itself.
Oh, until we know more about its owner and its significance, like it's clearly got a symbol on it, and based on how Gemma felt about the area, we're worried that what if something like this could be like possessed or something, or maybe touched by
A
evil.
possession? Oh, Lord.
So we wouldn't want anything like that getting out and harming people, right?
He immediately does a little hand gesture of the Holy Cross, and he begins mumbling something under his breath. You don't think it's something of like a demonic nature, is it?
I don't actually think so. I mean, I think it's just a box that has something in it, but we're just trying to be cautious. We wouldn't want anybody to get hurt.
Well, in all fairness, then, could you please remove this from my house? I don't want to invite any evil in here, especially while I'm under the weather.
Absolutely.
I don't mean to insinuate you would cause me harm, but please, if that's the nature of this thing, please exert some caution here.
Absolutely. I'm sorry for even possibly putting you into danger.
And please, boys, be careful. The devil is nothing to be trifled with.
Yeah, no, don't believe me. I'm not gonna be playing, fiddle with him or whatever. If we happen to see any people trying to offer deals, I'm gonna ask him to go talk to my lawyer. I don't know.
And among it's something to be said about lawyers, but
Yeah, no, you're safe with them. Devil against devil, you end up winning. That's how the logic works.
He, skittishly searches an in cabinet for a lighter, and you see him start lighting some candles around the house with Mary on them and stuff. I've never had to use these before, but hopefully, if there's any dark spirits that have wandered in here with that box, hopefully this keeps them out. Again, just a simple precaution, and here, and he hands you one of the candles with little, with Mary on the front of it, holding a baby Jesus. Here, you might need this.
Well, thank you. I'm assuming that it's not just symbolic, that it's actually like blessed.
Yes, of course.
Well, I will definitely take good care of this and treat it very respectfully.
Good luck to you, boys. And again, please, if anything goes wrong, let me know. I'm already aware that you all have encountered things that are quite grim and terrifying, and finding out secondhand is even more worrying than being there to see it myself. So when I'm all healthy, please let me help.
Absolutely. We will definitely keep you in the loop on all of these things.
And with that, he closes his front door, and from outside you can see him rummaging through and finding more candles to light, and him loudly proclaiming that God is the master of this house, that no other shall be before him.
See, look at that. We gave him something to do.
Why, he's sick and needs to be resting.
He is very... This is keeping his mind sharp. It's making him feel reconnected back with work. I'm sure this is very healthy for him. Okay. So yeah, if Gemma's not here, then the only other place that she really goes to is the church. So
Mhm.
we can go there, and if she's not there, we can wait for her because eventually she'll show up there.
Yeah.
All right. You guys head on back to the church. And about this time, you can hear the slight rumble of thunder as a few sprinkles of rain begin to pour down. And as you roll up to the front of the church, you actually catch the sight of Gemma walking back into the building from the side door next to the fountain.
Oh, well, let's see. We just have to go through that door. She'll be right there.
Yeah, probably.
Perfect timing.
Well,
Mhm.
upon entering into the church, you hear the echoing sound of her footsteps going up, and Gemma, you would now hear the front doors open as the two men stride on into the church building.
Huh? Someone just. Okay, I'm gonna turn around and go over and kind of poke my head over and look over towards the entrance as I do this. I'm talking and saying, hello, who's there?
Hey, Gemma. It's Anthony.
Oh, Anthony, hi.
Hello.
Hi. I go back down the stairs and I go to greet them.
We could, we were trying to find you. We could really use your help. We're being very, very cautious with this box. Except for when we handed it to Father Andrews. That was a little less cautious.
Wait, what?
But other
No.
than that, we're being extremely careful with this.
No, he seems totally fine. Don't worry about it.
Do I need to make you
okay.
roll a persuasion check for that?
Do?
I guess.
Okay. Do a charisma expression or subterfuge? Yeah, charisma subterfuge. Yeah, or
Yeah,
manipulation, because that is specifically what this is. You are
I can
manipulating.
do that too.
Manipulation subterfuge, difficulty 6 against Gemma's perception empathy at difficulty 6.
Ooh, perception empathy. I'm actually quite good at that. What do you know? No, I won't do that one.
Oh, there's where all
Oh no!
You can't tell if he actually tried to lie to you or if he's just being really sarcastic, because it's almost indistinguishable from being like dry sarcasm.
Oh, okay, I see. Ah ha ha ha. Don't. I swear. I know that's a joke, but you shouldn't try. Don't try to get him involved with things like this. You're going to get him hurt. It's like I trust him. However, I don't know what I would do if something happened to him.
You're lecturing me on getting him involved in these things.
Yes.
It was because you told him about the box that he asked to see it.
Yeah, because I told him about it. There's a difference between telling him about something and handing him the box. Give me that box. I'm snatching the box away from him.
No.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh, okay. In that case, then let's do some dexterity checks here. To hold
Gladly.
on, let's do a dexterity to grab it. You're going to need to grasp a hold of it. So maybe
Athletics.
I could be cheeky and say martial arts because it's part of grabbing.
You know what? I'm fine with that. Do your dexterity martial arts at difficulty 6, whereas
Oh my god.
Anthony, you're going to have to do dexterity and then you're defending against it with an object in your hand. So I feel like that's either melee or brawl.
It'd be melee if I wanted to defend with the object in hand. If I'm trying to dodge, it's athletics. If I'm trying to block it, it's brawl.
Yeah. Let's do athletics then. That would make more sense. Dexterity, athletics. at difficulty 6 and see how many successes you get.
Go ahead.
I feel like
Yeah.
7's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, especially with
Go
3
ahead.
dice.
Yeah.
To
Yeah.
grab the box from you, you block her with the box. She just smashes the box open.
Well, Gimma effortlessly snatches the box out of your hands.
Okay. Listen. I feel like we're going to go ahead and figure out what's up with the box.
That's the
So,
whole
I'm
reason
gonna-
why we're looking for you.
Yes.
We
Let's
we
go
already
over.
know how to look into it. We need you to help us put light inside of it so we can see in there.
Why don't we just open the box?
No.
No, no.
We were told,
Let's
no,
not do that.
No. We
Yeah.
were told specifically we can't do that. So,
Why not?
as long as we are not doing that, everything we do is technically still in the orders we were given.
I'm going to be
Fine.
eaten by a vampire while you guys argue Semitics.
I'm going to put the box
Oh,
on the altar. I'm going to stand by it and I'm going to go, okay, fine. I will produce light for you.
I mean, we could just redirect light from somewhere else. Like, you
Yes,
don't have to produce it.
yes.
We just need you involved in the magic.
Yes, I will. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah, no, don't worry at all.
I
Oops,
got
I
this,
flipped
okay?
the box open.
And yes, no one should be touching the box because it did just accidentally unclasp itself while Father Andrews was holding it.
What? I swear to God.
yeah, we kind of left that little pot out. Sorry about that.
Oh,
Listen.
you swear to God?
I do. I do.
In a church?
I
Oh,
swear
no.
to the Lord Almighty,
The altar?
if you harm Father Andrews through your nonsense,
Oh no,
I
he's
will
going
enact
around, he's blessing his entire
righteousness
house.
upon you.
He's blessing his entire house.
I
lighting
will
candles, it's
deliver
great.
wrath upon you.
I mean, you already sent me flying through the air.
And I'll do it again, okay? You don't just be careful around Father Andrews, is all I ask, okay?
Gimma, could you please make a perception alertness check at difficulty 8 for me?
I would love to make a perception alertness check at difficulty 8.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
don't worry about it.
All right, cool.
Continue.
So, just let me know, and I'll go ahead and produce the light that you need, and we'll be good. Ethan, I think you lead this whole thing, don't you?
all right, let me try this thing out. All right, I'm gonna do the same thing as I did before, or
So,
just
Well, a little
If-
different.
a little different, but starting off with the same premise. What does Gemma have to do?
so what you're gonna do is combine your magic to get. Well, this is basically two separate effects. You're gonna look inside of the box, and she's going to put light inside of the box, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So. Let's discover how your ritual is going to be built here. I know that with you use your phone for your correspondence. What was it that you used for your forces, Gemma? It was your rosary?
That is correct. I use my rosary.
All right. Then what do you guys do to combine your phone and rosary together to make an effect that lets Ethan see inside of the box with a light?
You know what? I'll pick up a candle, I'll wrap my rosary around it, and I will start praying under my breath to the candle, using it as like basically a object of light, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then once the effect activates, then it'll ignite. You know, spiritually, you know, linking that like the light is created and thus in the box, you know.
Okay,
Yeah.
Wait,
I can see
are
that.
you sending fire into the box?
Well, it's a light.
Well,
It's
wait, hold on.
the light. I'm getting
the
that
light.
it's the light, not the fire.
Okay.
It could
But
be
I'm just-
firelight, but
I'd
not
be
the actual
cautious-
fire. It could be the light of
I
the
would be
fire.
questioning that in game, seeing her wrap it around a candle. Like, wait.
No.
Wait,
Yeah,
no,
hold
we're
on.
not putting fire in a wooden box.
Listen, Anthony, you've seen my light before. It's fine, okay?
Okay.
All right. And Ethan, how are you contributing to this?
Ethan will be contributing using his correspondence to focus in on the box and do the thing he was doing before, basically just taking his phone and using it as a medium to view what's inside.
Mhm.
And he's going to try to focus his correspondence effect on the light in the box. He's essentially trying to sync up where the view is going to be based on where Gemma is lighting it up, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. All
Okay.
right. So, I assume you press some things on your phone to make that happen.
Yeah. He's going to, assuming someone probably guessing an Android, if not iOS. Just.
Oh, that's wait,
Actually,
no, don't gloss over
Wait.
that. That's very important. Is he an
No.
Apple kind of guy or an Android
Oh,
kind of guy?
No. He's an Android kind of guy.
There we go.
He-
You
he-
heard
he
it
was-
here,
he wasn't-
folks.
He wasn't getting paid enough to get an iPhone every other year. No, he goes into the Android settings menu and activates developer mode.
Ah,
in order
okay.
to focus on this.
See, that's the good stuff there. All right, can both of you roll Arete at difficulty 5 for me?
I
Will
can do
do.
that. Let's see.
I was actually going to ask, with
Oh,
mind,
there's
can we use that to shield our minds from mind influence?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Ooh, snazzy.
Can I contribute then to mind into this?
In what way?
Just to put an effect to try and protect our minds from something that might be in there that'll try and affect it.
Okay.
But Anthony,
I would
know-
say that sounds like a separate thing from what's going on here. So
Okay.
that would be a different effect than the colonoscopy of this box.
Why did you have to say it like that?
It was the
Why?
first thing that came to mind. So before they do this, then let's go ahead and have you roll this protective mind shield in case something like that were to happen, and roll your Arete at difficulty 5 as well. However, in order for the effect to be strong, you would need a lot of successes. So do you want to set a certain number of successes you're aiming for so that we can let the ritual build up? Or do you want to just do it in one go?
If we need a lot of successes, then yes, let's go as a ritual.
Well, if you could presume, like, if it is a weak inhabitant spirit, because this is all a precaution, then you probably wouldn't need a lot of successes. But if you think there's a great danger in here, you're going to want to build up a lot of them. However,
Yeah, I'm thinking a lot.
so what number of successes are you feeling? When would you feel comfortable?
8.
8 successes. All right. Before you guys finish your casting of this, I'm sure Anthony wants to tell you to wait a moment.
If you just wait a little bit, let me brew us some tea, and we'll be good. I going to try and help protect us.
With tea.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Mhm.
I just had some tea over at Father Andrew's. I'm not sure if I need more tea.
I just worry for our minds for what we might see within this box.
Perhaps focus on Ethan in that case. I'm not looking in the box. It seems like Ethan's going to be the one who's actually peering in.
Well, either way, I still need to prepare this tea.
Okay, go ahead.
And then I'll go do that, and
Yeah.
I will use my teapot
Absolutely.
to brew it.
Well, you brew your tea and you pour yourself a cup, I'm sure. Or is it just in the pot?
We'll just keep it in the pot. We'll pour him a cup after when the ritual's done.
Okay. Then the tea is created, and through the process, you can already feel your mind opening up. And go ahead and give us your Arete at difficulty 5. Unless you are modifying it in some way with your quintessence or willpower.
Not on this roll. I do want to try and get up to 8 successes.
Mm-hmm.
Might take a little bit.
Oh.
There's 3.
3. You can feel the pattern of this, like, protective mind barrier coming together. You're stitching it piece by piece to surround Ethan and shield him from anything that might try to affect it. Go ahead and continue.
Let's use a willpower on this one.
All right. 1 automatic success will be added to this roll.
So we're at 3 total? Or 6 total?
6 total. Yes, you're at 6 total as you stitch together this barrier. Ethan, you feel a sort of confidence in yourself, like a boost of self-esteem.
Yeah, I probably got this thing. Yeah. No, we'll be all set.
Mm-hmm.
We can fucking do this. All right, let's see what's in this goddamn
This
box.
time, I will spend a quintessence to lower the difficulty.
All right. Then roll your Arete at difficulty 4 this time.
For me? Or
No. For him. And with
So
that,
it's a total of 9.
the concept of this mental barrier has been put together with a strength of 9 in game terms. But in your own terms, it basically stitched together in the exact way that you expected. Maybe even slightly better. And now, well, I'm sure you would give them the green light to go ahead.
Should be good to go now.
And
So
since
here, take this.
since
Okay.
they've already rolled, we'll say that the effect takes place, and on Ethan's little phone screen, you can see inside of the box. At first, it's pitch black dark, but then a little light illuminates inside of it. It seems to come directly from the source of vision. And go ahead.
I'd like to take note that as we finish casting, the candle sparks, and the flame upon it's not natural. It's not even like the natural gold that is usually associated with Gemma. It's this soft lavender
Mhm.
colored flame. And the light in there will be reflective of that, Yeah. That's all.
I'll take that suggestion. Sure.
Okay.
The fire, as it flares up, takes on a purple hue to it. A little bit of violet color is introduced inside the box. Regardless, you're capable of seeing inside of there that there seems to be some kind of journal or notebook or something like that resting inside of the box. It's
What?
small.
It's not another creepy doll?
It's small and very thick, and you can't discern anything in it. All you can see is that there seems to be some kind of book-like thing inside of this box. And the candle, since all of the light is now being transferred into the box, the candle in Gemma's hand, wrapped in the rosary, doesn't give off light, and it looks as if it's extinguished. The only thing that makes you believe that the light is still actually there within your hands is the heat emanating from it and the slight bit of smoke that appears from on top of it. But the light itself is not visible, as it has been transferred into the box.
Very fascinating.
Huh. So,
Well-
do you think we just open it and take a look at whatever this is, or
I mean, that's my vote.
What
What actually is it, though?
I don't.
Yeah, what's in there?
Oh, they can't see it. I have to. Shoot.
Yeah.
So I see this. Sorry. Repeat for a sec, so I get a quick picture here. This is a notebook.
Yeah, it basically looks like some kind of book, notebook, journal, diary, some kind of bound pages of stuff in there.
Noted. Huh.
Hmm.
Bound in what? Can I get any idea of what it's made of?
It looks to be a softback book. It's like a thicker piece of paper on the outside.
Hmm.
Not like leather bound, but just thicker paper on the outside.
Is it a? Is that a goddamn composition notebook?
Not
Okay.
really, no.
Okay. Not a Lisa Frank cover? Okay, fine.
No.
All right. Yeah, so it's just some sort of a notebook. Pretty basic looking.
Okay, well, your mind is protected now. So
Want me to try
let me go
scanning?
get that candle that the father gave us.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I don't see why we shouldn't open it at this point. We know it's just a book.
Yeah,
I'll go
just
ahead and
a
open it
book.
up then.
Yep, just a book.
We've never seen any of those do weird magical things before.
I know it's gonna be fine. Don't worry about
But
it.
it should be
Mhm.
Ethan who opens it because he has the protection on it.
Oh boy, this is gonna kill me, isn't it?
Fine. Ethan, go ahead, open the box.
Also, we like him the least, so
What?
if something gets cursed,
Hey!
I don't know about that.
He is the new guy in town without
Would
really
it?
any connections going back to anybody else.
Oh. Okay. He's gonna open the box. You've asked me to be the one. It's gonna be me.
Well, curiously, the latch doesn't move.
Oh. Ethan just kind of dramatically reaches over to the box, holds the bottom down on the table, is about to unlatch it, just nothing. Just goes, hey, I think the box is broken.
Wait a minute.
What do you mean?
It's not opening.
Hold on. Can I look at this through Prime Sense?
Sure. Give me an Arete at difficulty 4.
Difficulty 4. Oh my.
Wow.
Yeah, I would say you are able to see with your prime sense. However, things are a little bit different this time. Your eyes have been opened to a new filter, and instead of seeing things with a glistening gold coloration to them, you now see the lavender petals covering this box. You also see it on your book and on Teacup. Whereas before you would see those golden leaves, you now see those purple vines, and they stretch all around the box and seem to keep it clasped shut.
Any idea? Can I get a feel for what kind of sphere of magic is doing this?
Immediately, no.
I have an idea.
It's closed from some sort of spell. I don't know what kind.
I have an idea based on what we saw with Father Andrews.
What's that?
Let's go to his office here.
Oh,
and take the tea
okay.
with us.
All right. We'll take this up to his office.
All right.
Sit in the chair, pour a cup of tea,
Mm.
holding the box.
As the leaf water drips down into whatever vessel it is nearby that you're pouring the tea into, the latch flicks open.
Huh.
Oh, okay.
Alrighty. Yeah, let me take. Oh, sorry.
I was saying
Okay, wait,
now
who-
I spin it over to Ethan. You take a
unless-
look.
Unless Gemma has a protest to bring up here.
No, go ahead. I'm just worried that it's gonna close itself before you can actually take a look.
Yeah, no. Ethan's gonna snatch away the notebook from out of the box. He's gonna open it immediately.
Okay, you open the box, and upon lifting it, a seal seems to break, and a vacuum-like force begins to draw air inside of the box, sucking
Oh,
the
no.
air from the room. And you can hear the papers from his desk flying around, and there's quite a bit of chaos inside of Father Andrew's office here as the box lid opens. After an inch fully open, the air dies down, and there it lays. A small paper notepad or journal sits there.
Was it vacuum sealed?
Uh,
Was that all the air just rushing back in?
Neat trick.
That was extremely powerful vacuum sealing.
Somebody really got into that in the 90s. All right.
So I
Can-
see watch the papers falling everywhere.
Can each of you give me a perception alertness check at difficulty 7?
Will do. Yo. Yo.
Ah, I got 1.
I got nothing.
Gemma and Anthony, you notice that the 2 crucifixes that rest on the wall in this room have been turned upside down.
Fuck.
Huh? Oh God! Oh no!
This is just what you get for not listening to Nicholas about this box.
It's perfectly fine. I light the candle.
Yeah, let's light that candle. Ethan, let's get to reading this book and.
No, we're opening this thing immediately.
All right. You light the candle and I'm sure leave it on his desk. And you open up the notebook. And curiously, the pages seem empty. As you flip through, page after page is just the same coarse, sort of yellowishly tinted old paper that one might expect from something that's been basically underground for the past 100 years or so. However, there's a slight tugging in your habit, Gemma.
Oh?
As you can feel Teacup pulling against your pocket.
I go ahead and pull Teacup out.
Oh, now I understand the
What's up,
significance of the
little
name
friend?
Teacup.
Teacup then goes up to the book and sort of wobbles next to it and then falls on its side and rolls around the table next to the teapot where Anthony had brewed his particular brew of tea.
You want some tea?
No, wait a minute. I think I'm putting 2 and 2 together here.
Here you go.
Give him some tea.
I'll give him some tea and then I'll set him down next to the book.
All right. The tea fills up teacup. And
Yeah.
the coloration of this, I'm sure. What kind of tea did you have?
It's whatever Father Andrews drinks here at the church.
Okay, it's just that Lipton black tea.
Yeah,
As
Lipton black.
As it swirls inside of Teacup, it then takes on a slightly different color. A familiar, soft, purplish color. And the fragrance of lavender begins to fill the room. And as it does, you can see Teacup, the water inside of him is rippling about. And his handle turns away as if he's looking to you all and looks back to the book.
Anything different with the book?
Not on whatever page it is right now.
Hold on. I want to try something as well. I'm going to go ahead and pull out my book, and I'm going to be activating my spirit sight. Basically, using my book as a reference as I then look to this book.
Yeah, I understand. Go ahead and roll us on Arete at difficulty 4.
Okay. That's unfortunate.
Well,
It's a great day for Eoti, the GM.
Yes. This has been great. There's been so many zeros and negatives. But either due to the events earlier in the day or possibly the excitement that just subsided, you're not able to fully focus on drawing out the spirit world from your book.
Okay.
If you wish to try again, we just need to do it with a higher difficulty.
I'll try again. I'll try to like I look to that book and then I realize like, oh, it didn't activate, so I turn back to my book and I start flipping through it and like paying more attention to it.
I'll start flipping through the pages of this book.
All right. First, Gemma, give us an irritate difficulty 5, if that's
Yep.
what that was.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Sure was.
So now, your book, you're able to see through it once more, but this time, the spiritual realm on the other side doesn't look the same as the church usually did before. Instead of seeing it as this long and prestigious castle of sorts, a very sturdy sanctuary within everything resided in a holy manner, you now see things in a slightly different light. The church building itself looks more decrepit and old, and sitting in the spot of where Father Andrew's desk is, it looks more like a table with hinges and chains attached to it. It looks more like a prison than a church. That aside, you also see your good friend Teacup there. He still has that woodland charm to him, that sprite-like look, but you can see that some of his golden leaves have been shed and replaced with little purple willow vines. He seems to be a blend between the two of them. And he eagerly points to the back of the book.
Okay, the back of the book. We need to check the back of the book.
Okay, go to the back of the book.
Yes, you flip through the pages, and nearing the back quarter of the book, you finally see some new letters appear in the pages. You'd already flipped through the book once and hadn't seen anything, but now there appears to be a journal entry, and in it you can see the words of whoever wrote this book. And it says that today, while wandering through the spiritual realm, I came upon a lost and lonely little spirit. I cared for him, and I brought him with me back to my cottage. He was scared, but he enjoyed my company. And so I poured him a cup of tea, as I do with all of the friends that I make this way, and he was appreciative of it. It wasn't long before he sat there and listened to me hum my songs, and we got along quite well. And not only he, but the others in my cabin. I've grown to enjoy his company, and I hope that he stays. I'm going to give him a residency in my favorite teacup. And that's where the entry ends.
Oh my, okay.
Okay, so this gave us an entry in relation to this spirit.
I suppose
We will have to do this with the other spirits.
so. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure if that's how it works, but it's the closest that we got to an idea.
It's the only thing that's worked so far.
Yeah, very true.
But apparently lavender's important.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, lavender.
Oh, nice perfume, by the way.
Huh? Oh, thank you.
I'm assuming that's what it is. I'm smelling
yeah.
lavender.
Yeah. Perfume.
Wait, you can see the spirit world right now, right, Gemma?
Yes.
You got the book?
Uh-huh.
Is a dragon nearby?
Is a dragon nearby?
You do not see the spiritual dragon.
Tamakul isn't here. I assume he's back at the house.
He was at the house, and then we left with the box, so I thought he might have left with us.
Oh no, I'm sure he's still at the house. Good food and all.
I mean, it is good food. I left apple pie cookies there. And
Oh,
he ate
that
them.
sounds really good. Yes.
Well, now that we have this sorted out, we should go back and see Nick and let him know the amazing things that we accomplished together.
Sure.
Like,
He's going to be
summoning the
so proud of
devil
us that we were
and
able to figure this out without him.
Mhm.
Yeah, you
badgering a sick person.
go ahead and report back to him. I wanted to stay here and I'm gonna study a little bit.
Showing uncommon common sense.
Huh.
If that's okay. Or unless, do you all really want me to come along?
I mean, we keep kind of splitting the party here. Not
I was
exactly
going
sure
to say,
if
if
that's
you
the best
came
idea.
along, we would be able to find the dragon faster.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I'll come along then. That's fine.
Alrighty.
Let's take the book in the box.
Yep. If you want,
Alright.
I can hold on to the book. Might as well. I already have one.
And with two, you will be unstoppable.
True.
It's twice as strong. Well,
Dual-wielding books. No one has managed that before.
we return to the Bessette estate a couple hours back, or maybe just an hour back, where we have a stranger in the house who has barged his way into the front room, and he's staring at Nicholas Bessette and just mentioned to him that he wants to know more about Lorenzo.
Man, I honestly thought this is where we were going to cut it. Seems like the right cliffhanger.
Mm.
All right.
You were hoping for that.
Yeah,
you were hoping you would have
maybe.
answered
That'd be
that.
nice. We'd give you some extra time there.
Mhm.
Maybe. But he looks me in the eyes and asks me about Lorenzo.
Yeah.
You're going to have to be more specific.
Ah, wise guy, huh? You think I don't know what you know? Well,
Are
maybe
you
I could
a
jog your
nationally
memory.
recognized doctor? I'm very certain I have knowledge you do not have.
Roll initiative for me.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no.
See, you had to go, be snappy with a vampire.
Well, character,
I don't know he's
hope you have an
a
extra
vampire.
character sheet.
I mean, it's probably not a vampire.
That looks like a good roll for me.
It does look like a good roll for you. You can see, as you make your smarmy remark, he changes his stance, and his legs look like he's planting them down in order to possibly strike at you.
Oh. Well, then I guess it's time for me to use the penultimate ability. I'm gonna use pocket sand. No. Yeah, that doesn't look good. I am in fact going to step backwards and reach into my my bag that I keep with me.
Mhm.
And get ready to defend myself. Unless he reach backwards and pulls out a photo out of his backpack or something and is like, "This Lorenzo."
All right, you're just going to prepare to defend yourself from an attack?
Yes, specifically by probably throwing a vial in his face and casting a spell. But yes, I am not going to preemptively attack a person just because, for the most part, I'm... Oh, by the way, did I get any of my willpower and stuff back from working on my nature and demeanor?
Oh, absolutely get yourself a benefactor willpower back.
Gotcha. Thank you. That is, I wish there was a way to just take off one X rather than having to take all of them off and then re-putting them
You
in.
can. Just hit the X before it. It always fills all of the X
Ah.
boxes to the box that you click.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Thank you. Right. That may be very important to have that willpower to spend in just a moment.
Yes, probably. Now, he is going to, with one hand, just open palm, push you back, knocking you down into a chair if he does connect. And let's see if he does, because you need to roll some kind of defense against that.
That would be dexterity, because I'm not going to block him. He's already proved he's stronger than I am. Also,
Mhm.
I don't have strength.
So you're going to dodge it.
Would that be athletics or brawl?
It would be athletics.
All right. And of course, it's dodge is the action with an exclamation mark. It's a difficulty 6?
Yes.
All right. That's not the worst.
Nope. He goes to push you, and he doesn't realize that the rug underneath him has gotten a little bit of a crimp in it, and he misses his push forward, and you're able to dodge to the side, and he glares at you as you now have your opportunity.
Well, he's now attacked me in my own home, which means I am definitely under my own rights to defend myself. But I really don't want this to get out of hand still. I have a patient. I can't necessarily start some fight with a gangster. So I'm going to whip out my phone and hit speed dial for the sheriff.
All right.
As I, take a couple steps backwards, if I can. I don't know the action economy of this game.
Do a dexterity technology check at difficulty 6. Since you're under duress, you're in a fight, your adrenaline's going. Let's make sure that your hands do what they're supposed to do.
Dial. Oh, no. Only one success.
Well,
Jesus Christ, game!
You fumble with your phone a little bit the first time, missing your password input, but still, rather quickly, you speed dial the sheriff. And when the first ring of the phone goes off, I now need you to make a willpower check at difficulty 8.
Oh, fuck. This has got my third willpower. That's 3 exclamation marks and only 1 question mark this time. Yeah.
2.
Nicholas is the will master on top of the perception master. I don't know if that wins, but I just mean 2 10s and out of 5 rolls is pretty good.
Absolutely. However,
it's certainly not necessarily enough.
The phone in your hand is a brick.
Is a brick?
Yeah, it's a brick.
It's a brick.
Like a literal brick, or
yeah.
just...
After hearing that first ring of what you think is you calling the sheriff, you then notice after maybe a blink, or perhaps you looked away for a moment, but now you can see in your hand you're just holding a brick.
All right. Very well. That tells me something, whether or not that's an escalation, let's say.
It's a bit. He then puts on a wry smile. He's only a few feet away from you. He says, Now, come on. We don't have to do all of this violence. Maybe we can just talk this out. Just tell me about Lorenzo. Where'd he go? Nicholas?
Well, that is escalation 2 then, I guess. I'm going to pull it's a brick. I'm not going to hit him with it. So I'm just gonna toss that to the side, and then I'm gonna pull a vial out of my bag and smash it on the ground as I cast a spell.
All right, what is the spell you are going to cast?
The one that I have in fact been preparing several times and not had a chance to cast. I'm going to sleep spell him.
Ah, all right then. That is
I
going
have-
to be a life 3, is it not?
That is a life mind roll, in fact.
Ah. But it's the 3 life,
Life
2
3
mind.
mind 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
The
It
highest.
is a thing that I've looked up and planned on doing multiple times, so I had it prepared.
Understandable. In that case, then you throw the vial to the ground with a clash. Roll us your arete at difficulty 5.
And this is my willpower check as well, so I'm going to toss that in.
Okay.
Leap. Difficulty 5? Oh yeah, 3.
A 3 success. Now the man that stands before you, the noxious or whatever fumes that roil out of this vial, reach his face, and you can see that his eyes immediately get heavy. They sort of glaze over, but he stands. He goes, "No. Wait. You're also a mage. Unbelievable. No. Give me another willpower at difficulty 8.
Oh fuck. Well, that's 4 exclamation marks. We've hit the limit. That's 2
A 2.
again.
You feel as if something tried to wash over you, but it immediately fades away. Perhaps the lights flickered a little bit, but otherwise he stands there. He's trying to smile, a toothy grin. Just tell me where he is, Nick. This could all be over. You could get back to your cash cow there.
I don't have a lot to say to him at this point. Does he look like he's recovering? Does he look like he's just staying on? Do I need to try to push again?
He looks like somebody that stayed up all night prepping for a test, and they're barely keeping their head up off the desk in the exam room, if that is a good enough analogy for you.
Alright. Well, then I think I can just give a weaker little push to finish this off rather than having to do another big spell. At least that feels like I wouldn't need to do another full force to just tip it into my favor now.
But
So-
you would still need to do the same kind of spell again then, though, right?
I mean, probably. But he's about to sleep. There is the 3 life 2 mind spell is compel instant sleep, I believe is what it said specifically in the magical effects page.
Yep.
There's also a let's see, another sleep thing in there. Suggest sleep of just a 2 as opposed to a 3.
Mm-hmm.
So I suppose I could do the suggest on top of the compel now, right?
Sure. That works
At
for
a-
me.
As a 4 instead of a 5.
I just realized that you did that first one at a 3. That was supposed to be a 6.
Does that change anything? on
It
my
doesn't.
roll?
You got like 8, something like that, right? Yeah, you got 11899, so that would have been the same. But it was supposed to be 3 plus 3 for 6.
Gotcha.
You didn't use the quintessence. I just did that wrong. No, so this, if it's a 2, it should be 5 then. 2 sphere, 5 difficulty. Because
All right.
1 sphere is 4. That's why it's always arete 4 for the vision. My bad. Doesn't change anything, but that should be arete difficulty 5 for the suggests sleep.
This one
Yes.
as well. Gotcha. So I'm gonna talk back to him. You know, like, you look like you could use a nap. Perhaps we could speak after you've gotten your rest and closed your eyes a little bit. You seem to be getting pretty heavy. A little tired, are you, from your trip? There's another 2. Double 7s. Very nice.
Mm-hmm. He looks at you and goes, and he falls to his knees and then crumples onto the floor.
Oh, dear God. Right. Well, is my phone anywhere that I can see, or does it just seem to have gone?
Oh, yes, your phone's on the ground there, and suddenly the voice of the sheriff's coming through. Hello? Hello?
Sheriff?
Yes. I've been yelling at you. Is this an emergency?
Yes, a man broke into my house. He seemed to have been drugged or something. He's just fallen over. I could really use some help if you could please send someone up here.
Oh, absolutely. I'll send a squad over there. Next time, call 911, boy.
I mean, I had you on the dial quicker. I'm sorry, I was trying to deal with a rather tense situation.
I understand. We'll be there right away. Hold on.
Alright, I'm gonna hang up to him and call Anthony.
Mm-hmm. About this time,
Hopefully
you
he
all
picks
would be
up.
heading down out of the church. Let's say, when the call comes through.
Ring.
Hello?
Anthony,
Yeah?
this is a code 7. You need to get back here.
What happened?
What's the code 7?
We have an possibly an old friend showing up asking about our old friend. And also assaulting me.
You mean from the city?
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's, yeah, that could be, get a little, questionable there. Yeah, we'll be right back.
The police are on their way as well.
What's the, status of this friend?
He's currently sleeping.
Okay. And
also Fwooshy.
then, take everything away from him?
I'll do what I can.
I mean, like,
And
is he
please
sleeping
tell
in the
me
if
you
he-
didn't
if he's
open the
sleeping and
box.
the police are going to be taking him away, then he doesn't have any need for anything he's carrying with him.
I can't have him accusing me of theft afterwards.
Or you could.
Anyway,
He
hurry
broke
back.
into your house.
Maybe bring Gemma,
Yeah, already on it.
and we are going to have a talk about where the fuck you went.
Find Gemma.
Just hurry, and I'm gonna hang up.
I am speeding. When we get back.
Hey,
All right, give us a how about a dexterity drive check at difficulty 8? It's now raining. The roads are wet.
oh,
Okay.
Ethan's gonna hold on to the oh shit bar, so to
Mhm.
speak.
Okay. Do I want to spend a willpower or just chance it? The dice have been really interesting tonight.
Way better when they're interesting, in my opinion.
If I wasn't completely out of willpower and quintessence, I would have done different things today.
I kind of want to just chance it. But I'll spend a willpower and then see what I roll.
Okay. Oh, well, with a 2, you take some,
1, 1, 8, 10, 10.
yeah, you take some liberties with traffic laws and perhaps take a few things into your own hand, including how far someone should stop for a stop sign and whatnot. But otherwise, you're able to navigate the rainstorm to arrive at the Bessette estate in order to walk in the front door and see a man collapsed in the front room, passed out. And that is where we're going to end the episode today.
How much
Yep.
time before they showed up?
Just moments. It's not that far from the church.
Okay, just wondering, because I might have needed to, or wanted to try to do something else to the collapsed man before, they show up. Might do it after they get here, though, if we have time.
Well, if
I don't know how much time there was, and I can't just let a hostile person just go.
That if you wanted to do something, as long as it's fairly quick, go ahead.
Well, before the police show up, I definitely want to clean the glass up, but I think I'm gonna need to. I don't know if I have time or willpower. I really want to induce him to be more comatose than asleep, so we have more time. You know,
I mean, you have drugs.
I do have drugs.
Yeah.
In fact, yes, I'm going to just drug the fucker.
All right.
I told the police he was inebriated and on drugs, so he's going to be when they get here.
All right. Then that is where we're
Intelligence
getting.
medicine. Once we get back, yeah.
Yeah, no. Without even that, you all stumble in the front door to see a Nicholas Bessette nipping this man in the neck as he injects something into him.
Yeah.
And that is the ending picture for today. So,
All right.
would you guys
That
like
was
to
a
get some
crazy day.
experience?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
I would love to.
That was one hell of a game today.
Was
Yep.
it?
Yeah. Yeah, just a little
Absolutely
bit.
loved it.
It was
All right.
great, for sure.
Well, everyone gets one automatic point of experience.
Damn right.
Now, learning curve. Characters who've truly learned something new, important, or significant to the plot or their personal stories can earn a point to reflect how that knowledge has expanded their horizon. Who thinks that they get that?
Can I just raise my hand mentally?
Yeah. Yeah.
I,
Yeah.
Do you think everyone gets a little bit of that?
I think that's in everybody.
From everyone.
Maybe a little. Yeah.
There may have been some plot. There may have been some personal journey here. All right, role-playing. A player who goes above and beyond the group's usual level of role-playing should be rewarded with an extra point for exploring his character, delving into his backstory, following his quirks or archetype. Even the player realizes that his character is making a mistake.
Huh, I wonder who that describes completely.
I think that's most of
I
us.
have no idea what
Gosh,
you're
I
talking
wonder.
Yeah,
I would like to get that point, please, if it's arguable that
about. I think all of us kind of.
Yeah,
I think all of
kind
us,
of all good,
honestly.
yeah.
yeah. Go ahead, go ahead. I believe today you're not going to get an argument from me on any of those that you all deserve.
Yay.
Deserve those points.
Mistakes.
Focus! Because belief and practice are so important to a mage, a player who really gets into the way her character performs magic, who plays up that mage's beliefs, details her practices, and uses her instruments in cleverly appropriate ways, may get a point for emphasizing the mage's approach to the arts and sciences.
I'd like to make an argument for myself. Also, Ethan, phone, yes, developer mode.
Mm-hmm.
Yay, I got to do technocracy adjacent stuff without getting in trouble.
True.
I also
But-
think I put a good work into my science medicine magic.
You sure did,
Yeah.
Himbo.
Really did.
Yep.
I'd also like to make an argument for myself for kind of immediately trying to embrace the new aspect of my magical side now.
Mm-hmm. That makes
I wanted
sense to
to-
me.
I wanted to make the clear difference.
Yeah, you're finally, once again, admitting that, Nicholas was right the whole time. So
No, you're not. Nicholas will never be right about this.
I beg to differ. Objectively, you are turning away from God and embracing the book just like I said you did.
No. Just shush.
And I do think that, Anthony, this was like one of the first times you really got into the teapot, brewing
Yeah,
some
yeah.
tea, and
Yeah.
you did a ritual to protect the mind of Ethan, which was, I think, a really good way to play that out.
Smart move, seriously. I could have been in really bad trouble if that turned out to have some kind of backlash attached to
I
it.
mean, if we're talking about cursed objects and possible possessions, I felt like protecting the mind
Mm-hmm.
was a good place to start.
And lastly, heroism. A character who faces incredible odds to perform some memorable act of sacrifice or risk ought to be rewarded for stepping up courageously and doing what needed to be done.
Risk.
Hmm.
I mean,
I mean,
The only one who was really in like danger was Nicholas.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Nicholas.
I feel like I did a couple things that put myself in danger. Pushing forward even through the paradox to help the person, despite
You
the
almost
fact
became a himbo.
my mind was bending. And then
Tags include
secondly,
mind
not ratting out my best friend as I was being assaulted by a possible
mage.
vampire,
Mm-hmm.
True.
possible mage.
True.
Well,
By
you said
the-
a mage too.
By the way, what is everyone's paradox level at now?
That was something I was
Um,
going to ask about. Since I took a backlash, does that get rid of the paradox?
Oh, no.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was the sort of thing where it builds up and then a big boom happens and you lose it or not.
Look, the rules as written is whenever you get 5 points of paradox at a single instance, that is when you get backlash. And
Mhm.
that's
Mm.
supposed to come out in the form of damage and some other effects. However, I like to play it with a little bit of flavor, and whenever you incur paradox, you suffer a small effect. Nothing major, and it goes away almost instantly within the next scene. Likewise with Gemma's frog legs, it doesn't like reduce her movement a whole lot. She just had some slimy legs for a while, and then some web toes, and then it went away. Or like the rabbit legs. Or like anytime you guys botched your vision, it kind of fucked things up for just a little bit.
Mhm.
Right.
A roleplay inconvenience.
Yes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, when you actually roll backlash, you roll a d10 for every point of paradox you have, and any one that's 6 or above, as if it was a difficulty 6 roll, will be bled off from you and have some effect.
Okay, so it is supposed to, once the paradox hit, go away once it hits properly.
Yes. Then
Once
it will...
you get full backlash.
That's what I was wondering about.
Yeah. Otherwise, like I said, they burn away 1 a week. So if you just stay out of trouble, you can also get rid of your paradox that way too.
Gotcha. I have 5, by the way.
I have 6.
I'm currently at 5.
Wow.
Yeah, no, mine was from the pillow fight.
I've got 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's botched one
How
vision
many
roll
times
so far,
have
I
you
think.
cast major magic versus how many times have we cast major magic?
I'm sorry, I can solve my problems other ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine, really.
He loves
Yeah.
to cook.
Yeah.
So,
Solve your vampire problem other ways.
I will just need to find out what they want to eat, and that's not blood.
I would also like to award an extra point for the drama that came from Gemma needing to make a very important choice today.
Oh.
That is obviously going to significantly impact her character moving forward.
Thank you. I appreciate this point.
Yes, it is a point for drama. I'm assuming you
also-
also paid properly for your background.
I did.
Okay.
I did pay properly for the background, and I know what I'm gonna get next too. I'm gonna try to get Spirit 3 as my next thing. It just makes sense. It is the thing that makes the most sense to do next.
All right. Now, with all of that out of the way, what do you guys have to say?
I had a ton of fun with this session.
Oh, yeah.
I'm getting a much better feel over time for how we're doing this. Still trying to figure out Ethan's place in it. Mechanically, I've made terrible mistakes, with building my character. Narratively, it's a lot of fun to be the weird guy who shows up and is just like, I could do weird space shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, it's come in handy now.
Oh, very
It's
much
a-
so.
It's very in handy.
Yeah.
I think Ethan and Gamma make a good combo together.
Surprisingly, yeah.
Yes.
And what
Yeah.
about you, Crusader? What do you think?
I think, especially this game, was a lot of fun. A lot of just silly, fun roleplay experiences just all around that let us just really have fun with our personalities. So I really enjoyed it.
And you, Character?
I mean, there was a lot of drama, lots of ups and downs, and a nice splitting of the party with different things happening to everybody. I thought it was a great time. I also can't let them go anywhere on their own. Apparently.
No, everything worked out fine, so clearly you can.
Until we find out the father was, actually possessed or something when that popped open, or
Nope,
the
seal
church
wasn't
is now
broken 'cause-
deconsecrated because the. Did you guys flip the crucifixes back over?
Oh, we haven't done that yet.
Nope.
No.
The very powerful vacuum seal just that caused all the damage just must have switched them over. That's Gemma will have to do some cleaning when she gets back.
Yeah, I'll clean. Don't worry.
Yeah.
But you did say get over there right away, so.
I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, because
Need way more
one,
damage.
I don't know what you were doing, and two, I was fucking attacked.
I was gonna say, you're the one saying that we can't be left alone without you, but you were the one left alone and you got attacked. So I think
I
we can't
handled
leave
it.
you alone.
Thank you very much. I've handled every fight I've been in.
And we had 0 issues on our side, so it's all good. It all worked out.
Yeah, it's all great. We'll find out what happens next time.
Do you guys have any theories? Any ideas about any of the plot points? I'm going to save this picture of the wooden box that I found earlier, and that's going up on the wall of memory. So while I'm putting that up there, if you guys have any
I
ideas,
feel like-
We're not going to put up a giant dildo or something for our.
no.
No.
You're not gonna.
Well,
you're
it could have been the
version of box?
cookies, but I thought
The
the box
daddy?
was more important.
Oh,
Daddy.
the box.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fair.
You're not gonna take the edit
What's
of
in
the
the
box. I mean, it says
box?
not evil. Open me.
Yeah, I do like ID 10's not evil open me box.
That's good.
It's fine to use the original. That's fine.
I mean, that was good.
Yeah.
I
Hmm.
personally feel like in the future, very terrible things are going to happen to me.
Maybe.
I just
It's
get
possible.
that feeling.
Yeah.
I mean,
I-
it's possible that you're going to become enslaved under her like everyone else that followed her has been.
Mm-hmm.
They were enslaved. What the hell are you talking about? You absolute conspiracy theorist.
I mean, here's the
Uh.
thing. She seems to have been following the same path as this witch in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I had been thinking about that.
So it's possible that she herself was kind of enslaved.
It's
Uh-oh.
definitely possible Josephine has been possessed by the medicine woman in the woods.
Wait a minute. Is Gemma becoming part of a magic MLM? I just had that realization. Wait a minute. You had to buy in. By buying into the product, you're following the exact steps that she did. I
Mhm.
wonder.
Yes.
But seriously
is-
though, it sounds.
This
sounds
is
like
all
Gemma's totally-
my plan to get people to be aware of how toxic MLMs are. That's the
No,
real
it would-
story.
It wouldn't
And
surprise
to
me.
promote McDonald's.
Yes, specifically McDonald's. You haven't mentioned Arby's anywhere in universe. Also, Gemma is losing her religion, and that is worrying.
Mhm.
That's like half her character. You only got one
Actually,
half left.
No, I'll say this after we're off camera. I don't want to spoil it.
Ooh,
Ooh.
hear
Okay.
that,
For now.
YouTube?
Ooh.
Secrets
Yeah.
Secrets you're not allowed to know.
YouTube.
You
Yeah.
gotta show
Yeah.
up to the actual streams to actually see it. You know.
Well,
Yeah.
Bring your strings and pins and boards. Let's go.
in that case, then, why don't we do our outros? Do you guys have anything to announce for the upcoming week before we meet back here again next Sunday?
Sure. I'll let other people go first because I got a couple.
I'm just doing my normal
Kiana,
stuff.
you got a lemon you're putting up, right?
Oh,
Oh,
God, why
yeah.
did you have to bring that up? Okay, so every week now I'm doing Toho on Sunday, and there's a Wheel of Failures that I have to roll. And part of that was I rolled lemon, which means I have to write a slash fic involving myself and Waluigi.
That's brilliant.
Wow.
I love it. Good punishment. I'll keep that in mind for future paradoxes or something.
What? No. Waluigi pops out of nowhere when you use life.
Yeah.
No.
You suddenly get a very zigzaggy mustache under your mouth, and when you open it to speak, you instead speak in wah, wah,
Oh,
wah.
The horror.
Oh my God.
Oh my god.
How about you, Crusader? You got anything coming up soon?
Other than my usual streams, Wednesday night I will be on Madam Mox's stream
Ooh.
and doing a Phasmophobia collab. I will be trying to use everything that the great Eotidiss has taught me about hunting ghosts.
Eotidiss? I hear she's pretty good.
Yeah, I have too. And yeah, now I'll be trying to keep them alive. Or really more importantly, trying to keep myself alive.
Mm. It's a heavy ask for some people, so hopefully it's not too hard for you. And how about you, ID?
Yeah. Usual streaming times, Wednesday and Sunday. Wednesday at 8 p.m. EST, Sundays at noon EST. That said, Wednesday I'm going to probably, based on where I am in the game so far, be finishing up Half-Life 2 in VR, which I've had a ton of fun with recently. It's a blast.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I might copy you in that, and whenever
Yeah.
you're done with it, I'll probably also do that.
No, please try it out. Seriously, that is one of the best VR games I've played, much less a mod. And I'm excited to see what new stuff comes out for VR stuff now that I have a rig that can actually run VR properly.
Mm.
But yeah, so I got that going on. You can find me on Twitch at ID10_T. That's where I'm located.
And as for me, I am going to be participating in a charity Phasmo event for Doctors Without Borders tomorrow. There's no way this video on YouTube is going to be up in time for you to see it, so you'll just have to go look for the VOD of that afterwards. I'm going to be playing with Goddess Lunatic, Acer Ko, and Naren Serene on a team against 7 other teams to see, over the course of 4 hours, who can get the highest score runs. Now keep in mind that during this event, there are going to be people paying money as part of this charity drive in order to give us additional challenges. That's going to make it even more difficult for us to make those high scores happen. That's going to be a ton of fun. And then outside of my normal streams, on Saturday, I'm having a big Gartic phone party where a lot of the lovely people you see here are going to be joining in on it. And we're just going to be playing Gartic phone all day, probably getting a little intoxicated and making doodles and getting in trouble.
Looking forward to Gartic Phone.
Yeah, I've never played Gartic Phone before, so this is going to be a new experience, and I'm excited about it.
Oh, it's always a ton of fun. I don't know anyone who's had a bad time. But...
yeah. Oh, I did forget about Gartic Phone. Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm. But with that said, I think it's time to wrap up. So everyone who's out there watching on YouTube, thank you for joining us. If you like this content, give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more of it, subscribe. And remember, take care of yourself and take care of those around you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.